They're expensive, though.
We're recording.
Onomatopoeia.
I'm certain I can't say that on the recording. Hang on now.
Off to a
Is
great
this how you
start.
open up?
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to Kirden. Are we ready to set sail?
Yes, bring
are.
us back into the scene.
Beautiful. In that case, let's do it. Last time, the King's Pride, captained by Ayla, had been set on a meticulously planned voyage to besiege a colonnade treasure ship, supposedly carrying a significant amount of gold. The operation, however, did not go according to plan, and the Pride now sits right at the bottom of the ocean. And Ayla and Shimi Fly are its only survivors. They do know, however, that the treasure ship, the Lady Cypress, as it was called, is currently stranded on the beaches of Tikal's Sima Mountains. That's just a little ways northeast of Olimtek, if we're looking at the map there. And it'll be there, presumably, until the colonnade realizes that the vessel is behind its schedule, sends a search party for them. Timeline, of course, could be a lot shorter if anyone on the colonnade crew had the capabilities to send a message through arcane means. Either way, it's hard to say with any certainty how long that vulnerable and valuable ship will be sitting there for. Back in Cape Salado, there was a captain, Gobadai Swami, the former first mate to the dread pirate Shandy Bodega, landed, declared an interest in joining Kingman's coalition, and on that same day, Vincent returned to the Cape for the first time in nearly 2 years to deal with some private business. Dakar got fired from yet another pirate crew. Erikar waited on the beaches for Ayla and Shimi to return, and they did. For better or for worse, they did. Also on that same day, 2 others, Malfisani and Bright Eyes, separately made their way into the Sockeye Tavern, where Gobadai's bosun, Hacha Yatel, found his way in, not pleased with the prices that Kingmain was offering for their pirated merchandise. And after Hacha Zolta being an eavesdropping, raven-like AVR, reported the news of the treasure ship as he heard it, all hell broke loose in the Sockeye. Not that it hadn't already. It was a good time in the Sockeye, thanks to Erikar. Hacha and the portion of Gobadai's crew that came with him are now dead. Congratulations.
Yay.
But you've all become part of something big here, and that Zolta has slipped away. So at the end of this fight, I believe Malfisani had just opted to take off like a blue rocket to search for the bird. But with that, what are you all doing? Welcome back to Kirden.
He poured pickle juice on my hat.
That happens.
I'm gonna take my hat off, slip it over my horns, and shake it out. Wow, that was amazing. Look at all of you except the weird angry bird. Ha! I haven't seen violence like that in a little while.
Then you must not have been long here in Cape Salado.
Nope.
Well, this has been possibly the most lovely family reunion. And Dakar's just gonna look at the rest of the old Kingman crew as he flourishes his water cutlass, and it just kind of disappears.
Erikar has already popped the bottle from behind the bar and is drinking from it.
Vincent is wiping down his bloody warhammer with a handkerchief.
So, hi!
He reloads his gun.
Does that mean I get 3 million gold?
What?
Well,
I heard 3 million gold.
Who is this?
gosh, that's a good question, lad. Are you part of a crew? I don't recognize your like from in town.
Oh, no, I'm Bright Eyes. I came here from my house in Tambo Tambo, and I'm looking for a nice job where I get to travel and see the world. I want to meet lots of new people, and I want to be able to test out my acids and some drinks.
What are you, some sort of weird fan?
A fan? I don't know that spell.
Are you only saying that, Erica, because he has horns on his head?
Oh!
Some sort of weird, like, half-hooved thing going on. Bright eyes.
Oh!
Traveling.
That's right, you don't have eyes. I'm... Okay,
I can see you perfectly fine, thank you.
I took a bath earlier.
I actually
And in that
was
part, you will
bored
probably be
of
better
those
than Erica
anymore.
at the moment.
I actually kind of miss it.
Well, Mr. Cow Man, I
Bird
guess
eye.
I'll call you Cowboy.
That's rude.
Bird eye.
Bird Eye. You know, I could use some bird's eyes.
Well, you can take it from the weird one that flew off.
Right. I guess I'm looking for a job, and I heard there was a job and a lot of money, and I'm not afraid of causing organ failure in people.
Well, I did promise you work, lad, and, well, you'll have it. As for the rest of you, looks like you're under my employ again as well. Like it or not. Call Ayla captain if it helps you sleep, Erikar. But not another soul hears about any of this, and none of you return to your own business until the deed is done.
And I guess it's a good thing that my own business be concluded for now.
Good times.
Now, I do have one gripe with your old captain. And the car's gonna look at Kingmane.
Oh no.
What is this I hear about 3 million piece, and you did not even think to reach out to an old friend?
Well, this has been in the works for some time. As you can imagine, there's reason to keep it on the down low, which is why y'all are in this now that you've heard. The situation, as I understand it, the Colonnade treasure ship is in all likelihood waiting on the beaches in Tikal for whoever comes to her first. Half damaged and half guarded. Seems like they sunk the Pride, but not without cost. See, Ayla fetched me some shipping manifests a couple of months back that indicated no less than 3 million pieces of Colonnade gold would be leaving from Thol on the Lady Cypress. And we almost have it, but not yet. With that, y'all have information that I hope you will understand could set this town ablaze if it gets out, and so it won't. Do you understand me?
As clear as the ocean be blue, Captain.
Don't need to tell me twice.
I knew about it before I walked in this bar.
Yes, Mr. Cowboy, sir.
Please stop that.
Laszlo chimes in to you, Vincent. He's from the wilds, pretty sure, Vincent. I'm not sure if you're gonna understand much of what he says.
No, I'm from Tambo Tambo.
Yeah, you said you have a house in Tambo Tambo. Is that
Yeah.
what qualifies?
Uh-huh.
Right, okay.
Where's Tambo
So you're
Tambo?
just not gonna answer the question.
Oh, there it is.
Huh? What? A question?
He asked you a question.
Oh, I'm listening now.
I was just curious about the whole house thing. I'm not familiar with any architecture out that way, but
Oh, I made it myself. I fancy myself a bit of a homemaker.
right. Is Malfazani is not in here anymore, is he?
Presumably not. He is gone. He is trying to find that. I think was it an Oreo? Not an
no.
Oreo. Like not
Uh,
the cookie. The bird.
No, the
Hey,
Oyo
Zoltar.
is Aerokar.
Oyo, there we go, okay.
Yeah.
You can call it Oreo though. Descartes.
Oreo is what Dakar calls it because he's inventing a new cookie in his free time.
Just because it
Teammate-
pisses Aerokar off.
Kingmane will say as he begins to reload his own weapons, probably shouldn't have let that damned Aarakocra run. Can any of you vouch for him?
Never met him.
Personally, I do not like him.
Well, we'll see what he's good for. We might need to drag him back, assuming he hasn't already fled the island. But if we're lucky, he'll catch that bird.
If he knows what's good for him, then he shall return.
I don't think he understands what is and what is not good for him.
Then I believe they will simply learn the hard way, as most happen to do.
Hopefully gold is a good enough incentive. We can discuss the terms when he returns. And if he doesn't, well, then we'll be about finding him.
I'll send Averin out to watch him.
Ah, now that would be appreciated.
And Averin will fly out to start flying over Cape Salado and look for a bright blue bird.
They were
Stick
yelling
out like a
something
sore
about.
thumb.
They were yelling something awful about Shandy Bodega during the scuffle.
I believe he has an obsession.
That might be the right word for it, yes.
And who here knows more about Shandy than you, Kingmate?
Bright Eye shrugs.
None other than perhaps Gobadai, which is my concern with that bird being out there looking for the man.
If at worst, he runs into Gobadai and bites off more than he can chew,
But
then
he
we
wants
don't have a
us,
problem
Byron.
anymore.
So, should we go and help him?
Let's see what Averin sees first. Then perhaps.
Okay.
In the meantime, how about a drink for the reuniting of family?
Way ahead of you on the drinking part.
I'm well aware.
As drinks begin to pour, I will cut to Malfasani, right, rewinding back to the moment that you leave the sockeye. Immediately upon flying out, darting out the door, however you're leaving, you'll see 15, 20 individuals all kind of looming just in the immediate vicinity of the sockeye, kind of staring at the building with hands on weapons. Some of those patrons that you previously saw in the bar are all there on guard, and a couple of them draw weapons actually as you leave the building.
As I continue to pursue this bird, I'm going to shout out over the crowd, just flying very quickly above them. The name is Malfisani Chiterel Dulcena Anval, and I continue to say something like a swear an oath against Shandy Bodega, like let him know that him and his men have been butchered this day. but with the length of Malfisani's name, it most likely peters out before they can hear the
Everyone
tail
gets a
end of it.
portion of it.
Yes.
I imagine a 14 doesn't hit Malfisani.
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay. One in the crowd takes a shot, but with your flight, you slip out of there pretty quick. You get the impression though they were aware of what was happening in the sockeye. They were there standing at the ready. This town seems lawless and chaotic on the outside, but Kingmane ultimately has it in his pocket. It's a kingdom by another name. But where are you headed from there?
Presumably to the dockyard. I believe it was Gobadai's ship was either mentioned, or I'm not entirely sure where that bird might go. Or trying to follow Hachiyatl's AVR. If I can spot it and pursue it, then I will. But if not, then no.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a perception check. It was suggested Gobadai's ship is the Swollen Goat is the name of it at the
Swollen Goat, yes, there we go.
Yes.
Perception. How do you guys do this? 20. Roll 20.
It's incredible patience.
I just be myself, and nothing ever goes wrong.
I think 2 monitors helps most of us.
Is not loading. What would be helpful if I could roll? Oh, there we go. Perception.
Okay, yeah, you don't see any obvious signs of this Zolta. It left near a minute ago. It's a little birdie. But if you'd like, you can head up to the docks.
I will continue moving towards the Swirling Goats then.
Okay, yeah, there are several ships parked at the docks, and actually you'd be headed to the low docks, which is kind of where the cargo is loaded and unloaded, versus the mid docks where ships are stored more long term. But you find the ship without too much trouble. It's a beat up but pretty nice 2-masted brigantine, two solid masts and a smaller foremast, and it's got some darkly stained wood, probably patched and repaired dozens of times, but functional, beige sails. The ship isn't marked with words in any way, but it is easily identifiable. In place of a figurehead, there's the rotting corpse of a goat tied to a noose at the front of the ship. Easy to assume that you've found the correct vessel.
I'd like to do a perimeter on it, flap about from a distance, view it from the air.
Sure. Easy enough if you're circling around the ship. Unless you're looking for some more specific details, it's easy to see a couple on the deck. There's a dwarf and an elf on the deck itself, and another individual up in the rat's nest who is notable for being the only individual in all of this hot and humid region of Cape Salado that is wearing thick furs. It's a wolven wolf folk with kind of more exposed gray skin than fur and a few large hoop earrings. You recognize this character without too much trouble, Malfisani. This is Memory up in the rat's nest.
Oh, interesting. Okay. That completely changes the course of action I was going to take, and Malfisani will circle in and touch down near the crow's nest. Give an elegant bow.
It's a small little space, but yeah, you could definitely touch down on the rim of it itself or on any of the lines and such.
He's probably still flapping in the air. Another one of the menagerie meets. How have you been?
She looks up clearly surprised to see you. Her eyes widen a little bit, and then she kind of returns to her usual flat expression. Malfisani Chitterel Dolcena and Valier.
And so you remembered.
What are you doing in my nest, you miserable bastard?
So, do you think you're dreaming, or am I real, or Or are you still locked away in whatever place your mind wanders off to?
I'm doing just fine, thank you.
And what are you doing here? Those contradict each other, don't they?
I imagine you're chasing the same lead I am, aren't you?
And I assume you to be operating from within.
Yes, I'm sailing with Gobadai, as you can see here.
And how's that treating you? Do you think you can live with yourself that way? Didn't think you were the type.
It's not what I came for. Look, Malfisani, I think Gobadai is thick. He's perhaps a dead end, though I haven't quite decided yet. An idiot, to be sure. But I was there, with Shandy, Malfisani. I found the man for a time.
Nafasani looks at her kind of like, "Are you dumb? Are you thick?" And so why is he still alive?
Well, he's immortal, isn't he?
That's never stopped us.
No, but he is a man who lives. Oh, and he lives, Malfisani. Even in death, perhaps he lives. I saw it, and well... Perhaps I'm a fool, but...
Oh, still asking that same question at every poor bastard you meet.
I am. I didn't get a chance to ask him, but I saw the answer all about him.
You're a living contradiction.
Just looking for answers. That is all.
I think you're just fucking confused.
Perhaps. Perhaps I am.
Look, that man doesn't exist. Pardon me, that man doesn't live, he exists. They're not the same. He's an undead creature crawling about, mucking about the waters. And you end up on this fucking so good.
I can't say I agree. His undeath is interesting, Malfisani. I've never heard of or encountered something like that. His crews are mostly zombie slaves, yet he is... Well, he's fresh. I don't know. He put me in Gobadai's crew, and he sent the goat off to pester Kingmane, and so here I am. Another missed
Look, just
opportunity.
because you and Satisfaction don't have to fucking die doesn't mean the rest of us don't care about it. Look, all 7 of us are looking after the same thing. And you found it. And yet you're up here in the fucking blue. In a goddamn crow's nest. Right. I'm still looking for Shandy Bodega. If you can give me a lead, I'd like it quite much.
Well, I can't say I found him with much intention. I stumbled across him. In fact, it's strange. He was north of Yavakir. And then... Well, then we were in some swamp south of Thol all of a sudden. And I'm sure we were. You know I never forget a coastline. He's everywhere. Nowhere. It's fascinating.
That makes it more challenging to find him, I suppose. So what are you up to here?
Well, I'm hoping to get some answers from Gobadai about Shandy's origin. But like I said, I'm starting to think he's, well, rather useless. Kingmane might be a better lead, actually. I'm a bit stuck here at the moment. That's part of why I've stayed in Cape Salada rather than peeling off, though. Shandy is interested in the man.
Well, I can take you to him, but I have a feeling that Kingmane and a few of his compatriots might be, how do I say it,
coming to roost here. Wandering by, seeing what this man and Hachayatl, who I just killed, by the way, were up to.
Malfasani, you killed Hacha.
Yes, isn't it great?
Well, I am pleased, but shit, Malfasani, I'll probably have to kill you soon enough then.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Gobadai will if I won't.
Well, if you are ever interested in fighting Gobadai himself, then you're welcome to join me.
Perhaps there will be answers that way, yes. What is it you're doing on the ship, then? Why are you here?
Trying to find... I just asked you that question. Look,
I'm
I know
just-
you have one question you ask everybody, but when I have the audacity to ask a singular question of you, you go off and meander and talk about something else. What a wonderful... Okay, in either case, yes, I'm here to look for Gobadai, to look for fucking Shandy, someone, somewhere.
Miserable bastard, I believe I said, and it's still true. That's good to see you haven't changed much. Gobadai's probably still in the caves, though. It's been hours. I don't know what he could be up to. But here I am, looking for danger, and well, perhaps I found it.
The answer to your question is yes. Just so we're clear, if I am to be fighting you to the death, I'd rather it be on my terms than your presupposed ones. Whatever they may be.
Well, good. Continue to do so. But be careful. I've come to believe Angler is in Cape Salato too, and as much as I'd love to see the two of you idiots kill each other, well, She kind of looks somber for a moment. She kind of looks down at her feet. She doesn't often make eye contact, actually, but she breaks it even further, and she says, I'm beginning to think we're nearly out of time for this. Did you know Melody has satisfaction again?
I can see Malfasani give a sigh. Beneath all of his bravado, that seemed to take him aback slightly.
Wish she took fucking Angler back into her nest.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Beyond that, I have reason to believe 3 might be dead. It's hard to say for sure, but...
Which part of him?
That's why it's hard to say, isn't it? A head cut off. No confirmation which one.
I always thought he was a fucking Hydra. Maybe 3 more popped up, then we'd have to call him 5. If we put him through a blender, he'd multiply.
Well, if you find answers, Malfasani, if you get to Shandy or his secrets, even better, maybe you'll figure something out and remember me fondly.
Well, if any of the interactions I've had with the others in this little zoo have anything to go by, if I am to have one person I'd share the secrets of immortality to, you would be the first one. But you even need it? You don't eat. You don't feel. You just dream.
Yes, I had perhaps started to give up on the idea, but like I said, Shandy is something different. If I could live fully, Malfasani, oh, I would. I would.
He's going to stop flying for a second and sort of perch on the edge and place a hand on her shoulder.
I'm sure we'll find a way. Goodbye. I have somewhere to get back to.
Right. Actually, she
Yes.
reaches into one of her jackets and pulls out kind of a wicked-looking reddish iron cube, something that's very clearly an enchanted item. And she hands it to you. She says, I stole this from Bodega. haven't consumed it. Well, Sayla only knows why I did something so stupid, but I figure it's best not to be in my company anymore, just in case.
Take it, glance at it briefly, and pocket it.
Now get out of my nest.
It's just you jump out of it, but only I'll survive that.
And I will take off.
Where is it you're going, Malfasani?
Presumably back to the tavern with Tanavar. With Gibraltar.
Tanavar. I wish. Well, okay. What have the rest of you been up to in the tavern? Malfasani will enter any moment.
Dakar's been enjoying drinks, going around to the old crew and catching up with them.
I didn't pot.
You would have given Ayla a big hug and then probably smacked Erikar on the back of the shoulder.
It's just a meaty thud, and he does not move at all.
Without your Oreo here, you probably don't even know if that was me or the tentacle.
I could feel your hand, dumbass.
Vincent just has juice.
So do you people have a like a really cool ship with like gold trim on it, and does it have like 40 cannons?
That's impractical.
It's
Oh,
a 2-minute party. Ever
according
since
to
I
what
let
King
him
Maine
stop being a
says,
dancer, because Tech
The ship we once
was
called home is no longer.
Tech was a
Okay.
What
I'm
happens when you try to go up against a man of war one-on-one?
I'm sorry for your loss.
Those poor ball bearings.
Vincent takes a very deep breath.
So is there a ship? Where's a ship?
There are many ships on Cape Salada.
Okay, so we're gonna steal a ship, right?
No.
Oh,
I do have one in
I would-
mind.
self-inflicted.
Is it the ship
Issue.
that this now caucus was once on? And Dakar's kind of like pokes the body of Hacha with his foot.
A swollen goat would be a fine vessel, but I'm thinking something small, something quiet. As I've mentioned, I don't want another soul in Kirden knowing about the Lady Cypress sitting fat and vulnerable out on that beach. Not even your crew, Vince. It's a matter of getting there and back quietly without turning any heads. No fires. No guns. Lima has a little ship, a little sloop, I should say. An heirloom, fast, small enough to be sailed by just a few hands, but with a deep cargo hold. Might be a good test of her loyalty all the same.
Speaking of word not getting out, what does Erikar see while Averin's flying around?
Yeah, great point. You fly, it's not too hard to follow, even though Malfasani is extremely fast, this blue jet in the sky. And yeah, you see him, Averin could circle around or perch or whatever he does as Malfasani goes to the swollen goat and has a discussion with someone in the nest.
Do I see the Zolta anywhere around while he's there?
Roll up perception check. No, you have Averin peer around the ship a little bit, but you don't see any sign of the Zolta.
Then, yeah, Averin will just circle around kind of the docks area, keeping an eye on the bluebird.
Yeah, you watch as Malfasani speaks to this member of Gobadai's crew like an old friend for some time, and then zips back towards the Sakai.
And Avern will be a little bit behind him. Yeah, I will say that Avern would not have gotten close enough for Erikar to read lips. He would have been above that.
Okay.
Because he's not gonna send Avern that close to fucking that ship on his own.
Understandable. Malfazani, you get back to the Sakai unapprehended then. It seems the crowd outside has cleared since you left.
I'm going to burst through the doors and walk right up to King Ming.
I don't see a dead Zolta in your hands, but you look
I
excited.
would like your permission to kill 2 people in your town, King Ming.
And who might those be?
Bright Eyes
There was
Heights.
an idiot who shot at me with a crossbow as I was leaving. And I suppose anybody aboard this sloppy goat will do. I lump them into one deal.
Blood gets spilled in the bleeder's den and not elsewhere. I understand your complaints and concerns, but you look unharmed, so the crossbow should be forgiven.
It was the intention behind it that demands retribution, but in either case, I have met a friend who is, how do I say it, an infiltrator in Gobadai's ranks.
Oh,
Is that who you were talking to?
I'm talking to him, not you. I'll deal with you later. But yes, in
Avern
either
comes back
case,
in.
the name Jadere Malfesani will be known throughout the seas. If you have a blood feud against this Shandy Bodega, so do I. And if you need an individual, mercenary of a wonderful variety, as you mentioned, I am unharmed. Hatriyat lies to cease on the ground. And I am here, the best duelist in all of Cape Salado. If you provide me a ship and a crew, and gold, perhaps, if you are so inclined, I will take it. I will go and hunt down Shandy Bodega for you. All I need is perhaps a battalion. One ship will be fine if you are stingy.
Kingmane looks down at you kind of imperiously. I was going to say he crosses his arms, but he doesn't have that luxury. One arm is put kind of across his chest, though, as if he would be crossing his arms. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement then, Malfisani. There's a job that needs doing first. I need your silence, and I need your aid. Willing to strike a deal. If you're truly interested in Shandy, in employ for tracking the man down, I can tell you a bit of what I know about him. I have my own theories about how the man might be killed. I wouldn't say I haven't considered. But you set out with the rest of this lot, retrieve something for me so that I might be able to pay you. After you return to Cape Salato with the contents of the treasure ship, I tell you of my own experiences with the man. And only then will I have the funds to hire you a crew. Albeit one with a death wish. To try and track him down.
That agreement sounds quite good, but I would like you to clarify. You said only after I do this for you will you give me a crew. Are you to say that these individuals around me are not my crew?
I have a captain in the elf there. Ayla will do a damn fine job.
You are saying that I am to be a crew member?
I don't know you, lad. I'm not putting you at the helm of any
You
vessel.
will and you should, but yes, I agree. I accept.
Well, then you better do a better job of proving yourself if you wish for more in the future.
Just give that to Yatel.
And that you did.
So,
You are his assistant. You should not be speaking. I didn't ask you to speak. I'm speaking with. Oh, why is it that everyone seems insistent on interjecting in a simple conversation between two respectable men?
Ah, how foolish of me to forget my most experienced business partner. Vincent, I would love to hear your opinion about this arrangement.
Ha! Sorry.
well, if you'd like me to break down the numbers, I can. And it's not going to be pretty. But, after the job is complete, there's very little you can't do with 3 million pieces. My suggestion is that you watch your behavior, and afterwards, perhaps, maybe, you can do whatever you like.
Look, in the interest of being kind, participating in the expectations of what someone of my status should be, I will be nice and respectful to you. How is that? I understand you fully. Yes, I will be a pleasant individual for you to interact with. And then I'll do whatever I want when we have that 3,000, 3 million, whatever. You're the numbers guy. We will reconvene then. We can continue this discussion at a later time.
Wonderful. I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent.
Glad we're all in agreement. That's fine business. Thank you, Vincent. As for the treasure ship, beat the colonnade there. Get whatever of its contents you can fit inside the heirloom and get back here. Distribution happens after recovery, not before.
The car.
Why are you looking at me like that, Erica?
You know exactly why.
Manually
If
placing
I
for
take
me
my
is not
cut
gonna be
before
a
we
regular-
make port back here, it is only because Vincent says I can. As it has always been.
As always, I will keep a detailed log of everything.
Good.
Uh,
Good. Well, the sooner you get out of here, the better. You find Lima, she'll have to get her ship out of its vault. I wager she's at the wrecks. She spends more and more time there these days, but get the ship and be out of here.
At the detriment of
Well
ours,
done.
PS, because fuck us.
I take it this is the end of our little
Oh.
reunion time, and it is time to get to work.
I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to chat at sea.
And you shall remain here at Salado as always, Captain.
I intend to do so, yes.
It will be a pity to not sail with you. But I suppose it is good to be with the crew again. What about you, Shimi, Laszlo? Are you joining us?
They'll kind of look at each other. Shimi will gesture down at his missing leg. Maybe I should get this work done first, unless, you know.
I will say that Vincent is giving Dakar a very incredulous look.
What's that? Oh, when
What?
Elena's my partner,
Erika
there's
fights and navigates
always a
without any
bigger
eyes.
possibility of
I see
death.
not why Shimi can't man cannons as he always has, with just missing a leg.
Perhaps Erikar could do well with your eyes instead.
I don't think I want to see the things he has.
I don't think you can see.
Shadowbringers, I mean,
I don't think these golden hues would fit
It'd be weird
Erica's
if I stopped
personality very
now.
well.
So is this like the way you normally talk with each other, or was there
Yes.
like a breakup?
This is how it's always been.
Ah,
come on.
I see.
We have a job to do.
So you're just naturally this boring and uptight.
Oh, you're one to talk about uptight.
I wish that took your tongue and not your eyes. Because at least
My
I
eyes were more important.
How about we take yours so that
Definitely
we
not
can have
more
some
annoying.
peace?
Hey,
You can certainly try.
hi. I'm gonna go and find where the wrecks are.
Northeast beaches.
Okay, thank you. I'll meet you there.
Glad to see one of you is a sensible worker.
I'll take like 3 steps and look back to see if anyone's following.
Vincent's like kind of just going past you.
Okay, all right, we're going.
Erika is raiding the bar and then going.
You see Laszlo taking note of everything that Erikar takes on a little journal.
Is it like just like the clashing of a bunch of glass bottles together?
Yeah, like literally any pocket that he has, it's there's a glass bottle getting stuffed in it.
Erikar is the most flammable character.
He was flammable to begin with.
Let's say Dakar does take a bottle of rum, but he does leave like a couple silver on the bar for it.
Erikar leaves absolutely nothing behind besides the shit on the table upstairs.
Oh, we're aware.
I'm gonna be...
Also, Bright Eyes, you have a water elemental following you.
Oh yeah, that's still. How long is that around? An hour?
An hour.
Bright Eyes doesn't care. He ran away.
Oh no, he's not.
By the way, Erica, when was the last time you washed?
Good question.
Perhaps the sooner we get on the water, the better. At least the salt in the spray will wash off some of whatever that is upon you.
Don't
Ayla
get your
would,
hopes up.
Turn to look at Erikar and offer very quietly, "Would you like for me to clean you up really quick?" As
Do
she
whatever
offers,
you want.
and she would cast.
You're the ones affected by it, not me.
She would cast prestidigitation and clean him up, and herself while she was at it.
I think the entire cape was affected by that smell. Thank you, Emma.
Was
Ferb, I don't know if you heard me before you left, but the Dakar's water elemental is following Bright Eyes.
Oh. Hi.
You got a Vincent there with you too.
Hello. How do you can you talk? Do you talk? No. Can
Just
okay.
just a featureless like flat face thing just staring at you.
So make a back and forth movement if you understand and respond.
Oh, fuck.
The only movement it does is just following you whenever you take a
Oh,
step,
that was bullshit.
as its only command was to follow you.
go find me an apple.
It doesn't move. Back at the bar.
Hey, remember when they said they fixed
Shall we
Bullet?
find keep up with Vincent and the weird horned man?
Yes. And out Erica goes with so many bottles of rum and other liquor on his person.
Dakar holds the door of the sockeye open and gives Ayla a little bow as he holds it for her.
She would smile back as she walked through and continue on her way.
That's why you
As everyone is leaving the bar, Malfasani, Kingmane calls you back to him.
Yes, Kingmane.
Kind of appraises you. He looks you up and down, notes your weapons, your posture, everything about you. You sincerely wish to hunt down Shandy. Not that I doubt your word. I assume you'll be upset of such a question, even. But you really think it's worth doing?
Turn a little bit.
Have you ever asked your AVR if it would rather live forever than take bullets for you every time someone shoots you?
Samdi can leave if he wishes to do so. I take his response as fair enough.
Look, have you heard of Melody's Menagerie? Do you know who Melody is?
I'm well aware of
Yes, I'm
Melody.
sure you do. Everyone does. But somehow nobody's heard of me. Yes, I intend to hunt down, kill Shandy Bodega. I wish to find him, speak with him, figure out what's wrong with him, and like any duelist, challenge him. I know that you have had your disagreements with him, and so I figured you would be a good resource.
Well, I'll tell you this. Shandy Bodega. Not sure the latest stories you've heard, but he's not the same man that he once was, and I mean that quite literally. I'm sure you've heard of the Minotaur, the fish folk both known as Shandy Bodega. It was the Minotaur that cut my arm off. But most recently I hear of a man who is a black dragon born. There's disputes, but I believe all accounts to be correct. Make of that what you will.
If I discover any answers, then I will let you know for your peace of mind. But that does not change what I intend to do to him.
I would love nothing more than to see him dead, no matter what he looks like, no matter which version of Shandy it is. His death would benefit us all.
And I will see to it.
Good. Be gone then. I'll be waiting.
I'm sure you will. Wait here.
Wonder about.
And if you see a man named Angler, it's too late for you, by the way.
And I'll leave.
Fantastic. So are you all off to the Rex then?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe so.
I'm ready. Ooh.
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 Spoopy.
Cape Salado itself, most of you are at least mostly familiar with at this point. It's a rough town. It's pleasant though. It's kind of fun until you reach the northeastern reaches where it is rough. Even for a literal town of criminals, any sense of safety ends right where the jungles begin. Along the shore of this region, the soft sands of the beaches are interrupted by a stretch of jagged rocks, just casually referred to as the wrecks, both due to the many ships that have been torn to pieces by the hostile terrain in the waters, and to the wretched souls that inhabit the place on dry land. The outer rim of the jungle to the west, or east, I should say, casts a shadow onto this kind of dark, gray, rocky area, and there's a kind of perpetual mist from evaporating tide pools. It's gloomy, it's chillier than the rest of Cape Salado, and it's kind of unnerving as the raucous clamor of Cape Salado fades and gives way to the sound of waves dashing themselves against the rocks. There's kind of a chitinous click of some large crustaceans unseen, but perpetually on the move. It's a gloomy area, and there are some individuals kind of meander in the shadows. There's no urgency here, but there's kind of a solemnity to it. If any of you who have lived in Cape Salado for a considerable amount of time would like, you can make a check to see if you know any more about it. I'll say I suppose a survival check.
27.
Okay.
Great. Well, that was cool. Yeah, Erikar, this is actually an alternate route that you have taken to get to your own dwelling if you don't feel like crossing through the jungle paths more directly. So you're familiar with the area. Perhaps you've found yourself here a time or two as well. It's a place where those too addicted to fire moss to live normally tend to end up, just kind of the outskirts of society here. Desperation is strong here. There's kind of a mythos that wherever desperation is strong enough, devil grass, a plant, grows in these areas. And devil grass itself is a harder drug than the fire moss. It tends to be lethal after just a few highs. It does attract as well what you're probably hearing, some large crab-like creatures known as scuttlers feed on the grass as well. And with that high check, I'll even include that the scuttlers are drawn to the grass as well as they are kind of repelled by the moss. They are drawn to Arcana and repelled by things that disagree with it. But welcome to the Rex. Are there any conversations? Are there any actions immediately as you enter this region?
What are the crabs eating? Don't they eat meat?
You said it was called fire grass that they eat?
Devil grass. Fire
Devil
moss is the other drug.
Gotcha. Devil grass.
That sounds exciting.
Don't.
For about a few minutes. And then you're dead.
Oh, it's like a poison.
Best just not to touch anything here.
So, where be Lima?
Any hints, Ayla?
Nick said it
Oh,
AFK
she's-
real quick.
Shit!
Where's the captain?
And in that case, then Erikar will have Averin start scouting ahead.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll a investigation check.
Net
Wow.
Incredible. Yeah. You find first you approach through Averin's eyes kind of a half dozen individuals gathered around a dying campfire, and all of them have a stream of smoke rising from one hand or the other where they rub at clumps of fire moss. And first, you investigate this area through these eyes because there's one hooded individual with tiefling horns. And as you approach, it's easy to see that this is a corpse, mostly rotted, not Lima. But as you scout a little further, you'd eventually find Lima sitting on the edge of rocks further towards the ocean shore. She's looking over the ocean. She's burning fire moss herself. And she seems to be alone. None of the other individuals in the wrecks are keeping her any company.
Looks like she's alone. This way. Come on.
So,
And you'll kind of lead them through and navigating the wrecks.
is there any of this devil grass visible?
Yeah, there's clumps of it that spring up. Where it tends to spring up right where there are clusters of individuals like those gathered around that campfire. Where there's 2 or 3 or 4, there's usually patches of grass nearby.
I'm going to take out a little jar and open it up.
If you move 10 feet, more than 10 feet away from Erikar, he's just gonna, even though Averin is not there, he's just gonna go, don't.
I might need it.
Nope.
Move along.
Ah, please.
You can come back for it. It's not going anywhere.
Now I'm going to forget, and it's not even going to exist anymore.
I will remind you. See, I'm writing it down right now.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. Put all my stuff back. Grr. I could have turned it into something really cool.
Or more likely, you could have just poisoned everybody here.
Well, maybe on the other boat.
The walk up this coastline is jagged. It's damp, but it doesn't take too long to reach Lima. She's sitting on the edge of some rocks, kind of dangling her feet over an edge. There's a gap between you and her. It's about 5 to 8 feet, crossable, but it's kind of a portion where the ocean comes into the land a little bit further. She doesn't seem to notice your approach.
I don't know if we want to wait for Nyx to come back, since she might have a bone to pick.
We can do that.
My devil grass.
Just for fun, Bright Eyes, go ahead and roll a survival check as you observe some of the grass you walk by.
Survival. Okay. 8.
8. Yeah, it's grass.
So, hi, Mr. Minotaur?
Yes.
You said you have fans.
I was asking if you were.
But does that mean you're really famous? Are you like a dread pirate blind captain?
I had a big enough name to get my eyes ripped out by the colonnade.
Yeah, they do that. I mean, so I've heard. But we're all going to be famous after this.
If that's what you're looking for, I guess.
Is that what you were looking for? Bright
Okay,
eyes.
we're not. I will
To
leave
be
again.
famous.
Well, it does sound exciting, but I'm not entirely sure about the whole having fans thing. You gotta. I have lots of responsibilities and things I have to deal with, and I don't want to add any more.
I'm gonna leave.
What the kind of fans you will be having in this line of work?
Right?
They've been mostly trying to kill you.
Okay, so they tried to kill you, and then you killed them, and then the problem solves itself.
No, you just get more popular.
Unless you have
It's
to
like,
kill more.
oops, I left.
What a wonderful set of circumstances, I say. It snowballs that way.
Well, then
You would die for any kind of attention, wouldn't you?
No, I'd kill for it. That's the
Oh,
difference
great,
between
another
people
one.
like you. I didn't recall asking you.
I didn't recall asking you if I cared.
Nobody cares about you, least of all yourself. Look at you. You're ridiculous.
I think this is the part where you shut up.
hey, I care about him.
I care as well.
Why?
I'm not sure.
Then it is false. If you can't put your finger on it, then it doesn't exist. Be more precise next time.
What?
Yes, I'm speaking about you. If you can't manage to say anything, if you stumble over your words, that means you had nothing to say, so shut up. Or be like Vincent and only speak in when you actually have something going on up in your head. That's a compliment to you, Vincent. Remember, I said we'd be nice.
I don't agree with the exact words, but I do agree that sincerity just for the sake of it is useless.
Wow. I met nicer people in Tambo Tambo.
I'm sure you did.
How long have Malfasani and Bright Eyes been in Cape Salado, by the way?
Not very long for Mafasani.
Not very long.
Okay.
Well, for Ayla's sake, just after this conversation, getting to where Lima is, on the beaches, on the rocks, I should say, sitting on the edges, you all find her, but she doesn't seem to notice you immediately, as she is burning fire moss, which is, I like it as a drug. Not me personally.
Fire moss.
It's a reddish moss that you rub in between your fingers, and it smolders as you rub it, and that is how you take the drug.
So it's like an inhaled kind of.
Yes.
Hmm.
Also stains
fancy.
your fingers after prolonged use.
Yes, scars them too.
Erica turns to Ayla.
You want first crack at this one?
Ayla would shake her head and just sigh as she stepped forward. Lima, where the fuck were you?
She lifts her head. There's about an 8-foot gap between you and her, mind you, where the ocean breaks into these rocks a little bit. Ella, you should go back to town or see or anywhere else, please.
Anywhere else? Are you familiar with what transpired whenever you decided not to show up?
I wasn't there, was I?
No, I suppose word hasn't gotten to you yet. Everyone died. We were sold out.
Smart of me not to go.
Smart, yes. Who sold us out? And why weren't you there? Were you here? Getting high?
Yeah. Quiet down, please. Go back to town. Leave me be.
And why should I? You abandoned us. For what? For this?
Perhaps for this, yes. I want to live, Ayla. I did not want to be at the bottom of the ocean.
So you knew?
I did not know. Not specifically. Tin was supposed to give me the all clear. To send me a message when everyone was in place, and he never did. And I told Gibraltar, and Gibraltar tells Ayla to sail anyways. Why would I go on that ship?
Why wouldn't you tell me?
It's not my position to tell the captain what to do.
Right.
It's your
and this-
position.
Go ahead.
It's your position to keep the captain informed, though, no?
Kingman is my captain.
On this trip, he was not.
And I did not go on the trip. Who are you to speak, Erikar? Where the hell have you been all of these years?
I have been living my life. Kingmain lost his. What's the word? Ability to tell me what to do when he sold himself out to the colonnade.
Great, well, we have plenty in common then. Wasting away, aren't we?
What are you talking about? I'm in pristine condition.
Quiet, Erikar, quiet.
You are
Have
not
you
interested.
ever known me to be quiet?
He has a point.
Is there a particular reason you're asking us to be quiet?
The scuttlers, of course.
Arguments aside, we need something.
What is it? Moss, I don't have enough for the lot of you.
No. We heard you have a smaller vessel.
Might have just.
And Kingmain requires a test of
Yeah.
loyalty, Lima.
Well, he's already taken everything else from me, hasn't he? Of course he wants the heirloom. Why not?
And where is it?
It's where it should be. It's in my store. Protected for when I'm ready for it again.
Is that a yes or a no? I don't appreciate cryptic sayings.
I would rather keep my ship to myself, Vincent. Thank you.
So we'll take that as a no.
As she's been shouting, the waters do begin to bubble and stir a bit more than the waves are causing. And some large crab-like creatures emerge from the sea, from the crack in between you and her, and from the sea itself. There are 3 of them that seem to have been drawn to this noise. Which means we get to change maps.
Was Malfasani gone for about an hour or more?
Shion!
No, I think we played out most of that in real time, maybe 15 minutes.
Okay. No short rest
Oh,
for the
these
warlock.
fuckers. Okay, hang on. Wait. If they're what they think they are, I hate you.
Their image is a real creature. They have been modified somewhat, but
I see.
From which side are we approaching?
you are on the right there, yeah, on where Erikar has placed himself on this bluff. That is the gap between Lima and the rest of you. Feel free to let me pull up the initiative tracker. I can
Look at your beautiful tokens.
God damn!
Oh.
You saw your reflection in the water.
Having a good time.
The car saw his reflection in the water and got distracted.
Yep, I added Lima twice. Get out of here.
Come on,
Posted.
yeah.
She gets 2 turns.
Wait, what happened? I don't. Okay, anyways, she's fine.
What
She's here.
happened?
Okay, I have figured out the turn order tracker. Are you proud of me?
I'm so proud.
We're always proud of you.
Well, thanks. Okay, yeah. These things climb their way out of the water. Not quick enough to get a turn of their own beforehand. Erikar, you are first to react as the scuttlers have beached themselves here.
You should click sort descending.
Thank you.
There we go.
What does Erikar know about scuttlers?
With your high roll from earlier, they are violent crustaceans. They are not carnivorous, but they do attack. As mentioned, they are not fans of fire moss, and they are fans of devil grass, which is a enchanted grass.
Can I have my water elemental if it's not been an hour?
Fine.
Well, then Lima's probably fine then. She has fire moss on her.
Probably reeks of it right now.
He will bonus action use Hunter's Mark on this one down here.
Okay.
And then he's just gonna go for the old shoot. 17 hit.
Yes, it does.
14 plus D plus 1. No, 14, sorry. And then he'll go again. Nat 20.
Yeah, okay.
Which means I get to... Wait, hold on. I must double check. Yeah, first I must do another d6 for the first attack hitting. So that's an extra 5, so that was 19 total. And then this, I get that, plus an extra d8 for Piercer, or not Piercer. Yeah, Piercer, I think. one of my fucking feats makes it so when I crit, I get an extra fucking
Piercer.
Yep. And I'm going to use Piercer to re-roll that 1 to a 4, and then the extra d6 again from Hunter's Mark.
Oh my gosh. Well, it is a lot of ones, but it's still a lot of damage.
What's
So that
the
is-
total there?
Let's see, 16, 27, 31, 32. 32 plus 19 total.
Hunters can do a crap ton of damage if you build them right. At least in the lower levels.
This thing crawls out of the water and is immediately quite bloodied by Erikar's quick response.
And that is Erikar's turn.
Excellent. To Bright-Eyed.
Okay. I can help. Take a look at all of my ordnance and select one. Glitter bomb! And put the small vial in my alchemical extruder and fire it over here. And I'm going to cast Fairy Fire to where it affects these two crustaceans. So they both need to make a dexterity saving throw with DC 16.
Okay, the northmost one succeeds.
Oh.
The southern one does not. It fails.
Eh.
It's been glitter bombed.
For my bonus action, yeah, take that. That's my turn.
Excellent. Lima is still rubbing moss. In fact, quicker now. There's more smoke pouring from her fingertips, and she glares at you, Ayla, and does nothing else. It is Vincent's turn.
Okay. Well, Vincent's gonna do what he's good at and charge directly forward. We're going to try to hit with a warhammer. Does a 19 hit?
Hey, you have advantage.
Go for that. Go for that crit.
Oh, well, let's roll it one more time. Nope.
Still a hit.
8 bludgeoning. And we go for another hit.
Still have advantage.
And I think that will actually do it for Vincent for right now.
Okay. That is. Did you want to roll one more to see if you crit one more time on the second attack?
Why not? Let's see what happens. Nope.
Cool. Alrighty, then to Malfisani.
I am immediately going to draw both of my rapiers, dance to the other side of this crustacean, and attack thrice, once with a booming blade.
Okay.
So the first one will be, let me see. Oh, well, that doesn't do the attack roll. I'll just roll a standard attack. With advantage, yes, because of the Fairy Fire.
Correct.
Yes.
25.
Will hit for sure.
So that'll do 8 piercing plus 2 thunder. And if it decides to use any movement, then it will take that 11 points earlier. I'm going to attack it again. Is a 16 hit?
The 16 does hit, yes.
6 points of piercing damage. And the third attack, a bonus action with 2-weapon fighting, 23.
Will hit.
11 points of piercing. That'll be my turn.
Excellent. Yeah, this guy's getting beat up upon as well with this cat and this bird crushing some shell. Let's go to Ayla.
Ayla, noticing Lima glaring, would just kind of roll her eyes and shout at her, you know, if you wanted to stay alive, I don't think doing fire moss of all things is the way. And move over here. And she will use... the defensive flourish, which is going to use one of the bardic inspiration and cause the weapon to deal extra damage. The damage is the number that I roll on the bardic inspiration die. Cool. She's going to use her scimitar.
You can roll with advantage on that as well.
Incredible. And I hit the attack number, like the +7 or the damage type.
Correct. The +7.
Okay. Sick. So 14. Does that hit?
With flanking, 16 does hit.
Amazing. So I hit for 9, and then how do I actually use the bardic inspiration die? Do I just hit the defensive flourish? Does that automatically use it?
You might just have to roll a
just
straight D8 with the bardic inspiration die at your level.
That works.
Ooh.
Nice.
And that is her turn.
Crab is not looking happy. But we'll go to Dakar.
Alrighty. Well, with water cutlass already in hand, the car's just going to move 5 feet over
I'm
here.
just thinking in case, like, we were too close when we landed.
And with his
It's
open
fine.
hand, he's going to
Okay. Yeah,
summon
that's
his
what I wanted to
regular
know.
tentacle in this space here.
Did we... I don't remember if we agreed only one summon can be up at a time, or if they just both take a bonus action to attack.
No, so the water elemental takes no action to command. The tentacle itself does take my bonus action to do anything with.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I can freely just command the water elemental, and it has its own initiative.
Excellent.
All right. The next thing is on this guy. With the tentacle summon, Dakar's gonna raise his open palm towards this thing and shoot it with 2 Eldritch Blasts.
Okay.
(19 and 18).
They will both hit.
Alrighty. So 10 and
Yeah.
8, and it is pushed back 10 feet
Ever.
because I have
Okay.
Repelling Blast.
Yeah.
Oh, I did also forget. On the bonus action of summoning the tentacle, it does get an action to attack anything within 10 feet of itself. So that is going to be 13. Does it get advantage? Well, that is already written at advantage. Would that be 15 then? With
15
flanking?
will not hit.
Okay. All right. And then with that, Dakar's just gonna kind of look over his shoulder at the elemental and just be like, and just tell, attack.
Wait, them, not me.
He's pointing his cutlass at the crustaceans. So it has a movement speed of 40 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Yep. So it's going to move over to
Pyra.
this one.
Pyra, you've known Ari long
And
enough now. He will always
It's
make
going to
it
do
worse.
its multi-attack, which is 2 slams. Attack spell bonfire to hit, reach 5 feet. Okay. So, attack spell mod. So it gets +7 to hit.
I think this pattern
17
is worse
on the
than
first attack?
Ass-Cactus.
Will hit.
All right, I'm just gonna roll to hit on the second one. That's not gonna hit.
Correct.
All right, so damage is 1d10 plus
This
4.
This is the Rio ass.
1d10 plus 8. For 16 points of damage. Of bludgeoning.
Okay.
And that is Dakar's
A
turn.
for effort.
Quite some damage output all around.
Now, time for them to miss all their attacks.
We shall see. The scuttlers are up. I'll start with this one that was just being hit by the elemental. It is going to... Okay, it can reach. It is going to go directly to Dakar. So it will pass by the elemental, it'll pass by Erikar, and move right here.
I don't remember what it was last
Let me see
night, but
if
Tion said
this thing does
something,
get an
and then like 10
reaction.
seconds later,
It does have its own
Traxxas
turn.
said the same thing, and it's like,
Yeah, do I get a attack of
the
opportunity
one
on
breaks
it?
out, it's still
You do.
working.
Does unless a rule states otherwise, that will have its own attack of opportunity.
Okay.
And then I'll roll at disadvantage, and it'll be close quarters with the ranged.
And those will both miss.
Well, that's 13 plus 7.
Oh, in that case, that one will hit, yeah.
Alright, so that's 2.
Yeah, it's
Summons
own
have
damage.
math, okay.
Well,
Plus 4 plus
you should have your own stat block for it.
yeah, I'm looking. I have to keep referring to the stat block. Sorry. That's 10 points of bludgeoning.
Okay.
It's a +8 to damage.
It's plus 4 plus the spell's level. It was summoned at level 4.
Warlocks.
Okay. This first scuttler taking these blows from the elemental as it runs past comes right up to you, Dakar, and it's going to smash down upon you with its pincers.
Okay.
First one is going to be a 19 to hit.
Yeah, that one hits.
Okay, that will be 13 damage.
Okay. I'm going to use Dakar's reaction for Guardian
What
Coil. Reduce that damage by 8.
Okay, be my guest, but also roll a strength save for me if you could.
Oh no.
What was the damage again? I'm sorry.
13.
13 minus 8 is
5.
5. Thank you.
You're looking at too many numbers. Play a different character.
I am. Alright, strength saving throw.
Okay. Remind me, if a save ties, who wins?
Meets it, beats it.
On behalf of the attacker, even though you're rolling to save? Or because you're the one rolling, you beat it?
Is it-
Typically, if the roll is the same, then the status doesn't change, so no conditions should be applied.
Okay, that's fair. He's going to roll to hit you again, though, Dakar.
Okay.
And that one will be a 23 to hit.
Oh my goodness.
You know what? Dakar's feeling a little lucky
we're-
on that one.
Okay, so I roll again.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty lucky. That's an 11.
That does not hit.
Okay, excellent.
What?
This
You have
I have
What?
a lucky feat.
No!
This one's going to attack you,
Why?
Malfasani, the middle one here.
Good luck.
That's a 22 to hit.
That's going to be a shield.
Excellent. Okay, and he's going to attack again. That's a 10 to hit.
That's a miss.
This one's going to come to you as well, Malfasani, and this one is going to. They kind of have tentacles that just seem like they're perpetually vomiting tentacles. They just kind of dangle from the front of their face. And this one's going to take a scoop up the side of you with its tentacles. A nice lick. If you can make a Constitution saving throw.
It's been real. Let's see.
Just get a little taste of bird.
Call you Kentucky.
That'll save. Okay. In that case, back to Erikar.
All right, he's going to shoot at the marked one. 23 to hit.
I duck.
Yeah.
16 plus 3, so 19 total.
Wow.
Very high
still
damage
up?
rolls.
It is still up.
All right, going for the second attack then.
These things do have some hit points. Oh! Oh my goodness!
Fucking.
9 plus 11.
21.
Roll the 8.
What is up with hunters getting that?
28.
7, and then plus 6. Let's see, that's 20, 27, 33 damage on that second attack.
Wow.
That'll kill it.
And as a bonus action, he will move the hunter's mark. You deleted the wrong one. All right, he's going to move the hunter's mark to this one up here.
Got it. Okay. Well, this one exists here now.
Erikar's on fucking point! And then for his movement, he will move 5, 10, 15.
These are some scary characters.
And that is Erikar's turn.
Okay. Bright eyes.
Is anyone is anyone still injured from the previous fight that I can tell?
Erikar is still quite injured, like around
I was gonna
half-ish
say.
health.
Half
Hey!
healthier too.
Dakar's got a few scratches on him.
To the captain! Hi, I'm a new captain. I'm helpful. I'm gonna cast healing word and feel a gush of some arcane wind as I basically just juice my alchemical extruder with positive energy and shoot it through the air like a warm breeze. Where's my goddamn spell?
Juice the Fae.
You heal for 11.
Yippee.
Bright Eyes
And
is a juicer.
Juiced.
He has a Juicero.
gonna
Legendary.
get over here so I'm not shooting the scary guy in the back. And okay, let's try fire. Crabs like fire. Going to shoot the one with firebolt. 28
Dope.
28 will hit.
for 19 points of fire damage.
Ouchies.
That's a turn.
Okay. Lima still sitting now, kind of watching the fight. And her free hand, there's a little crackling of an energy there. but she does nothing, and we'll go to Vincent.
Okay. Let's do... another Warhammer attack. "12 bludgeoning.
That will kill this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Crack that shell.
That wasn't.
That's just what he does. He
Woo!
brings it down, cracks it open like a crab.
And since it just got cooked with a firebolt,
Yeah.
Hey, do these things like think or talk or anything?
Is that Bright Eyes or Ferb?
Oh, bright eyes. After talking about food.
What?
Can
keep
can I
fighting.
hit this one with a revolver.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I'm gonna roll a hit with that. 16,
Will hit.
14.
Ooh.
Excellent.
And that'll be it from Vincent.
Birdie.
fuck off.
Bird, bird, bird. Bird is the word. I think you have to refer to him as his full name before he responds and takes his turn.
Malfisani.
Correct. I am going to the same thing I did last round. And I'm going to Booming Blade this guy. What is the green indicator again?
Hunter's
That
mark?
is Hunter's Mark.
Hunter's Mark, okay. Actually, does what Lima's doing with the moss seem to be what's controlling these creatures, or at least encouraging them for?
Roll an Arcana check. You. It's hard to say. She does seem to be focused on the fight. She is burning moss. Anything beyond that's left up to your imagination.
Then I will continue to attack this crustacean. Alright, going to move around here. And attack thrice, one of which will be using a Booming Blade.
Are you wet? Or are you flying?
Oh, that is that's damage, not to roll. So if it moves, it takes 5 thunder, but I'll roll my actual hit now. That is a natural 1.
Oh no.
Second attack, 16.
That'll do it.
And third attack, a non-natural 20.
Yep.
So totally 15 piercing. And that should be my turn.
Excellent. To Ayla.
Ayla is going to run up and hit with the scimitar. Okay. Also, I just remember that I am dual wielding, so I should be hitting twice according
yes.
to. Whoopsies. It's fine.
Yeah, you have action, second action, bonus action. You can hit 3 times.
Yeah. So the first 26
Yeah.
for 8 damage, and the second 13.
The 13, even with flanking, will miss.
Okay. That is her turn then.
You still have bonus action to attack one more time, I believe. That
Let me see.
I believe you have an extra attack, right? Or do you not have an extra attack?
Do I have an extra attack?
Let me see.
At level 5, you...
Yeah, you do have an extra attack.
Oh, yes. It's at the very bottom of the very long list of things.
I got there too.
Incredible. Then I will do that. And that will also miss, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, it will.
I can make a potion that helps that.
Yeah, Ayla, this thing is imposing. Its tentacles are whipping around maddeningly as it clicks and kind of turns and scuttles. They're quite large, but you're unable to land a strike on it. You hit it a couple times, but in hard pieces of shell, and it doesn't seem to have any effect. And we'll go to Dakar.
All right. First things first, Dakar is going to run up into this little corner here and make his 2 cutlass attacks on the crab person.
Crab people.
I imagine that 12 is going to miss.
Try to get her.
That will miss.
And 17 plus 2.
From what?
You hit once and hit a hard piece of shell and recalibrate and stab in between 2 pieces of chitin and are able to do some damage.
8 points of slashing, movement speed reduced by 10.
No,
and then here comes the tentacle.
Doesn't have to be
with
now.
18
now, but,
total.
When you get your
that'll hit.
When you get your bit.
For 7 points of cold. Its movement speed is reduced by another 10.
Okay.
And let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Water elemental,
Okay.
since Dakar's turn is up.
Next thing I want
2 slam attacks.
Is it floating?
It's a water elemental, so I imagine it's merging with the sea here.
It's watering.
So that's an 18 without adding flanking. Okay.
Yep.
That's 16 points of bludgeoning on the first hit. And that is 22.
Yeah, that'll hit.
For 9 points of bludgeoning on the second hit.
Okay. This creature is bleeding, looking unwell, but for the past, I guess it's been about 6 seconds, it has been focused and seething on the little satyr in the back, and so even with 20 feet, it's going to use all of its movement to try to scuttle over this whole group, kicking you at its legs to get here. That is opportunity attacks from several of you.
Why?
Including the
it will also take 5 points of thunder damage since
So it will.
Oh wait, no, Booming Blade missed. Never mind. It will not. Oh, my roll 20 is loading. Okay.
God damn. So both the elemental and Dakar miss.
Well, I hit.
That's a hit from Malfasani.
So, attack of opportunity, is that just going to be the one, or because she's dual wielding, would that be both?
That
Oh,
would just be
God.
one.
I think Vincent just fucking
Yeah.
smashed the thing.
Vincent
Probably.
doesn't actually get an opportunity attack here. He's not leaving Vincent's
Oh right.
area of
Oh.
attack.
Okay, so disregard that.
As much as I'd love to see it. Ayla does hit, though. And Ayla kills the thing.
Yippee.
So this thing starts barreling towards you, Bright Eyes, and Malfasani and Ayla both get a hit on it, and it slows it down, and its momentum carries its corpse, slides right to your feet, but it dies.
Oh. Wow. Whew.
Erika will use his bonus action to move the hunter's mark onto Lima. He doesn't think she's going anywhere, but just in case.
Okay.
Wow. Why did it not like me very much?
You're kind of small.
I
And
was going to
helpful.
say.
Maybe it was the fire.
Well, the one you cooked is already dead.
Erikar reloads his gun.
Ayla would turn to Lima after all that and just shrug her shoulders and say, "Well, you were certainly helpful, weren't you?"
Ah, glad I could be of assistance. Next time, don't cast spells around the scuttler. It says that to you, Bright Eyes.
Oh, do they eat magic or they hate magic?
Doesn't make a difference. They'll attack for it.
Ah, that's a problem. Hi, my name's Bright Eyes.
You're gonna stay quiet this time.
Okay, sorry.
For the raid,
So no helping hand for old crewmates, Lima.
I think
If it's King Main's orders, I suppose I don't really have a choice.
no cousin.
Well, I was mostly asking about the fight.
Yeah,
But
she's a cousin.
yes,
Ah,
the ship.
I burned the must to stay away from them. I wasn't going to throw myself in. But the ship... I suppose. I don't have a say in the matter, yes.
Ella, didn't King Main also say that
Yeah, if you
Lima would
kill
be
one as the
joining us for
stepdad,
this
is the
second
raid
trip?
stepdad. That's
He did say something about proving her loyalty.
Then we be destined to be crewmates once again. Glad to see the family reuniting.
yeah. I
Can you roll a deception check, Dakar?
but we because
Anybody want to give me help?
I think
Hang
Ayla
on.
was the only one that said anything.
Yeah, I mean, Ayla did say that King Main was talking about something like that.
It could give you bardic inspiration.
Well, the help action would give advantage on the roll. But that's up to the DM if he wants to rule if there was a help provided or not.
Ayla did assist. If you want to roll your own deception, as well, Ayla.
Yeah. We'll see how that goes.
Doesn't,
Not much better.
if I
Never
made
mind.
Shion, then we wouldn't.
The
be
two
here
the
because I
two
would
charismatic
lose.
people,
Yeah.
by the way. With a
I have no intention of getting on any boats unless Gibraltar says it himself. But thank you. Very kind offer, Dakar. Glad you miss me.
I find myself missing everyone
No, he
from
didn't.
the Pride. At least now and then. Maybe Erica's stench, not so much.
She cracks a smile at that.
Now, how about we say we get off this dismal rock and go get your boat?
Fine. I recommend staying close until we're out of the wrecks. The moss keeps the scuttlers away as well. She will walk inland a little bit until this breach of the ocean narrows and she's able to step across.
Psst, Erikar.
What?
Are you also having trouble balancing on the rock?
No.
Oh, it's just me. Okay.
Get it together. I'm drunk.
Maybe you'd like to try some of my own brews.
Once
Later.
we're on the ship.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so Lima will, once joining you on that side of dry land, lead back through Cape Salado towards Cueva del Salado, the big cave system on the edge and back of town. But I will pause and take 5-ish minutes here around, I'm just going to say 6:20 p.m. because I am in your past. We'll resume.
Oh,
Wonderful.
It's
in
almost
my
my bedside.
past.
So.
So, Fel, I'm bringing Aircar and his rolls over to SGL.
No. I think I'll keep. I think I'll keep the cars rolls here.
Oh my god.
Same
I think he's just replacing the Siren 6 with our characters.
All right, be right back.
Okie dokie.
One day, I will get mass cure wounds. Or
Nope.
mass healing word.
Nope. Short, sweet, to the point.
And
One day I will get you.
That is true.
Hmm.
This is factual.
In less than a year, actually.
Nobody
Yeah,
gets
less than a
me.
year.
No slurping.
I'd like to get one glimpse.
Okay.
I
so-
do really
Colin-
bad character that. That's
super
all.
quick AFK while I
Yes. well,
ponder
well,
things.
okay.
Yeah, I
am
saw
not-
that. Is
I
your
am not
bat
looking
character
forward to
wearing
this
like
at all.
some sort of dress or something?
Yes.
Yes.
I have a singular message to respond to that. Let's see. Uh, Where's Tupper? Okay.
Huh.
Right.
No, but think about how the wing membrane of bats would be, right? Do you see at the sides he has ring piercings that go along the sides of his rib cage that allow the two sides of his corset to tie together? So he's essentially wearing two pieces of cloth rather than a dress, and they just tie together at his midsection.
Huh.
You've spent an admirable amount of thought to get a Batman in a corset.
Look, I don't want you to hear it. He will bite you and he will be happy.
Well, I
Look, he's a vampire bat. He has anesthetic saliva. You become euphoric when he kisses you. It's okay. You can fantasize about him.
Stop saying that.
No.
I'm gonna go get more of a drink. I'm gonna go get more of a normal drink.
Good luck for
Good luck.
The backlash between Vincent St. John and Fell's bat is remarkable.
Two very different. Two very
the
different.
Batlash.
The batlash.
Batlash, even.
The
Oh,
Batlash.
That's just called whip proficiency.
Where's here? Where is here?
Does your bat mech
Dear
have a
God.
whip?
No.
He's not for. Oh, that's not technically. Well, I guess they're modeled off the same character of mine. I have a character for a very long time that goes by the name Bones. That gets interpreted in almost every setting, and this is one interpretation of him for a separate place. But I don't see why it can't be the reference for Madeline.
For Mazarine?
Oh,
Madeline, that's the name
Oh.
of my Lancer character.
Formaldehyde?
Putting you in the formaldehyde jar.
Don't
An
do
atone
that.
for your
No.
sins.
Who's got the sticker of Eno in a jar?
Still need to sit you down, Ferb, and get your
There it
your
is.
thing.
He is an elusive creature. You have to catch him, not wait for him to come to you.
Okay, I got my drink. Thank you for the
Gonna fucking
distractions.
get you.
I was gonna say the funny thing is, I told Nix this, but I've pretty much modeled Vincent's personality off of one of the brothers from
no, she
Supernatural.
can't.
Oh, Sam or Dean?
I want to say the one without the long hair.
Dean.
Dean.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
that one. The Winchester brothers, that's what I was thinking of.
It's okay, Phil. I don't know what you're talking about either.
Sammy.
I don't know.
Sammy?
Sammy.
I know
It's like
nothing
every
about
episode.
Supernatural, but I used to my college town. Misha Collins lives in that town, and he would be seen walking around every now and then.
Oh, that's lovely.
That's my one touchstone to
It
Supernatural.
is great that his voice sounds absolutely nothing like Cass's.
No, he sounds completely different.
Like, I don't know how the fuck he throws his voice like that.
Also, I mean, I met him at a convention. At one point, he was very sweet guy.
Oh, that reminds me that my little brother
Oh.
just sent me a picture today. He met Sean Austin.
Ooh.
The name sounds familiar, but does not ring a bell.
Samwise
Sam
Gamgee.
Wise. He's also in Stranger Things. I can't remember his name.
Was it Bob?
Is
I
that the
think-
younger, like, authoritative, like, cop guy? Oh, I thought it. Okay, so in like the first episode, I've only seen like 3 episodes of Stranger Things, but he's like not the old cop, but the younger guy.
Oh no, I was thinking of the was it season 1 or season 2? But the guy that fuck, I can't even remember characters' names. That Will's mom started dating.
No, I'm pretty sure that's him.
No, because he was a nurse. The guy that
Oh, just
started dating.
I'm gonna look it up. Hold on.
It's gonna bother us.
It is.
No,
Are
that
we
was
otherwise-
season 3.
Okay, yeah, I was right. That is the guy that I was thinking of.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he played. Let me see.
No, wait, you're right. No, it isn't season 2.
Yeah, Bob. That is his name. Is Bob.
You know, Stranger Things, I don't.
I never got into Stranger Things.
Something
it feels
something
like
Vecna.
it
Right.
hits everything that I should enjoy. However, I just couldn't get into it.
Like, no.
There are some pieces of it in isolation I enjoy if I pick them apart, but as a whole, I've sort of just kind of lost any enthusiasm for it after the
Puppet
whole
scene went
whole
hard.
debacle with the
What debacle?
I get what they were trying to do with the satanic panic in I think season 4.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where it's like, oh, these people are devils. They worship Satan, and that genuinely did happen in a small town. In that a bunch of teenagers were blamed for practicing Satanism and were put on trial for murders they didn't commit at all, and the evidence basically said, hey, these people didn't do it, but they convicted them anyways. It was supposed to be like a reference to that, but it was handled so poorly I could barely figure it out by myself.
I
Understand
mean, like the whole
what-
80s thing where
we're
parents and
dropping it.
churches were going on about how
On the
the
markers?
D&D was
On the numbers?
a
Okay.
gateway to Satanism.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to brag.
Speaking of which, would you all like to play some more D&D?
Absolutely.
Yes, let's practice Satanism.
D&D, I've never heard of her.
God damn it. Satan is standing among us. His name is Malfusani.
All right.
I thought that was gonna be a Minotaur joke.
What will it take to humble Malfi?
A lot.
What if I break his kneecaps
Walking
and
back
carry him
to
around?
Laszlo did pretty good.
Correct.
So Lima, her gait is even less steady and straight than Erikar's at the moment, but she heads towards the caves at the southwestern side of town. It's a massive cave structure here. The ocean flows into it with enough room for smaller vessels to sail directly into the maw of this cave, and there's a rocky shore on either side. But a long deck has been built, and it stretches all the way to the back of the cave. Getting through town itself is easy enough. There's not many heads that turn. I mean, Erikar being with this group again is probably noted by some, but nobody stops or questions. In the caves themselves, there are a few crews actively unloading ships, carrying their merchandise to the back of the cave. And as you walk back into this cave structure, going back quite a ways, eventually you come to a large iron fence that kind of blocks off the entire backmost portion of the cave from floor to ceiling, and there's a grate in the water that prevents any from swimming under it. And right on the other side of the fence structure, there's a structure kind of akin to a ticket booth, and there's a gray tabaxi man within, and he's portioning out a bit of gold to a human as a dwarf pulls a cart of crates and barrels into the sprawling warehouse behind the gate. And the dwarf, as she's has the gate open, is pulling stuff inside. She'll look up, seeing this group approach. Afternoon, Lima. Is there anything? And she kind of trails off, seeing Lima's notorious scowl. And the gate is open. You all are led into this warehouse section of the caves without further comment.
I'd like to live here. This is a nice place.
Dip yourself in gold, and you could be sitting on a shelf in no time.
You would be the type of person who would like this kind of place, yes?
You want to live in a cage?
No. I mean, it's no. No, I like to have some privacy to experiment with things and like have some defenses so the rust gangs don't get in. And oh, look, is that a boat?
Why would anyone want to live in a cage?
That's what I asked.
Perhaps you should ask the bird.
There are some people who never amount to more and feel comforted by the confines of things they don't wish to go by. Or go beyond. It's pathetic, yes, but there are pathetic people in this place, in this world.
The most pathetic ones have the loudest mouths, I find.
I could shut you up if you'd like.
Oh, but then I don't know.
You can try.
Oh, yes, I can.
And start approaching the car.
Okay, so my issue
The car's
Sean,
scimitar is gonna,
I
or
was-
cutlass is just.
Oh,
Very strong hand on.
come
his
on!
shoulder.
It's been 20 minutes.
Look, I had never met an individual who can even mark me with a blade. Shoot me with an arrow. It has not happened yet. I don't think it ever will. If you're willing to
Don't.
test that assumption, you may certainly try. But I will do what I wish in the interim.
Perhaps a bit of a history lesson is something that you should know. For you are currently surrounded by more people from the same crew,
I mean, if that was the case, we want the
who would
range
easily
to
have
be-
each other's backs,
to bait out.
and you would have none but yourself.
If you think I need more than myself, then you are sorely mistaken. Once we are done
Seemed
with
you had a
this
hard time with those
individual,
crabs.
He looks unhurt, sort of extends his wings.
look at me. Do you think I am harmed? No, but in either case, King Main promised that you would be my crew upon the completion of this individual jaunt. Perhaps in
He made us
this...
a promise.
Kingman doesn't tell me a fucking thing.
Imagine Dakar is like holding onto Erikar's shoulder as he's laughing just as hard.
Um,
Right? 4 and I am on 1.
He said no such thing.
Well, he did to me, and I suppose I'm the only one who matters, yes. So while you all scurry about, I'll actually do the work in killing that which needs to be killed.
He made no such promises.
Okay? I'm sure you're welcome to think that way. Remember,
I don't think I know. Correct yourself.
I believe I'm the only correct one here.
Like I said, Bluebird, you have a few years of history to catch up on.
Do you think I'm going to...
Go ahead. I heard.
No, you go first. You go first.
You assume I do not have history of my own. But I understand if you and your companions are close to one another and are willing to fight and die for each other, I will not stop you. But do I care about that? No. No, I do not. So if you and your friends are bound so strongly to one another, are you willing to risk perhaps the best duelist in Cape Salado, killing one of your friends before you can kill him? That is at least what I offer. So if you care about your friends, you'll allow me to speak to you the way I wish.
No.
What are
You
even
better get used to
talking
getting
about?
talking to like this then.
I think
The
you will
city
find.
surrounded by people who haven't achieved anything. Yes, let's continue on.
Okay, what are we
I think
trying
you
to
will find
accomplish? We're
that
trying to
whatever you've
accomplish that
asked
the
of King
range
Main
have
will
the
not be coming
chasers,
your way. Should
or that the
you
range have the star
not
thing?
change your attitude towards those who have sailed with him.
Right? Okay. Empty threats, let's move on.
Dakar, can you make a Constitution saving throw for me?
uh-oh.
Excellent. So as you've been walking this whole time you've been talking, you go beyond these gates and kind of get a sense of the scale of King Main's operation here. There are rows and rows of shelves. There's a well-organized inventory of items, barrels and crates and chests and loose items, and there's workers in here that are combing through items or repackaging them. If there's any crates with a particular set of branding on them, those are branded panels are being removed and replaced and branded again with Ashen Industries. The space is lit primarily with torches. There are thin blue veins of arcana that stretch across the ceiling as well and offer kind of a faint white blue glow. Lima sticks pretty near the water's edge. She's been leading you towards the back wall of the cave. And as you've been speaking, you pass by a certain set of some unshelved crates. They're kind of distanced from the organized merchandise. Dakar, you are hit with a sudden dizzy spell. Your vision is filled with fog at first, and the rest of you see as Dakar seems to trip and then fall unconscious onto the ground.
Whoa!
Oh,
See what I
Car's
mean?
gonna draw his gun and point it at the bird.
Wait!
That was not me, but you're welcome to fire if you wish. It won't matter.
I,
Look, that was not me. I would not discount those who can be of use. And he was annoying, yes, but had a modicum of use.
while Malfasani is self-pitying, I'm going to go and like do a super quick checkup on him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do an insight check on. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's. Yeah, he's telling the truth.
As you have this brief discussion, and as Bright Eyes approaches Dakar, you're still conscious in your own mind, unaware that you have just hit the ground, as your vision is filled with this awareness of an eye as vast as the sea itself. It's not really there, but it's kind of superimposed into your vision, and the voice low and sultry and familiar, even though you've heard it quite infrequently. It's a language that you don't know, but like always, you can understand the words. And it speaks. It says, the voice comes to your mind. You nearly pass a wealth of what I desire, Dakar. Do not move so quickly, but use your eyes and return to me what is mine. And over the next couple seconds, you come back to consciousness on the ground.
All right. Dakar's gonna open his eyes and kind of just push himself up off the ground and dust himself off. And it's like, perhaps the rum at the bar was a bit stronger than I anticipated.
I'm vigorously shaking my head behind him.
Vincent, do you know
Yes.
the inventory of the cave?
not off the back of my hand. I haven't been here in a while.
Oh no.
Business is calling. And he kind of looks at Ayla, Vincent, and Erikar as he says this.
Hmm.
Is there a
What kinda keeps you
restroom around
alive?
here?
I am curious if Vincent hasn't been here in quite a while, but he has visited on occasion, so I'm wondering if he would know somewhere or something.
Roll an insight check.
Oh, bad.
I'm not even sure Vincent would know what's going on with the car too intimately to begin with. These caves have expanded since you've been here. The inventory has come and gone. You doubt there's anything still here from last time you were.
I mean, if you need someone to like block you while you find a corner and do your business, I mean, he's really big. Points to Erikar.
No,
Perhaps
because
the rest of you
if
should just
they
follow
go
me
out to
now.
their corner,
I
I only can't
shall-
go to her corner.
Attend to things. I will join you shortly.
Okay.
We'll see you back here soon.
The car. You are certainly not one to be wandering this inventory on your own.
What makes you think I am so untrustworthy, Lima?
Because I've sailed with you for nearly a decade. Half of that, at least.
Then you understand.
if King Min is insisting to work with such an idiot once again, I suppose the cost is in his hand, is it not?
I am sure.
If
He
we were doing the
demands it, I
opposite.
can pay him back in one way or another. I do have a payday from my last ship crew that I was on.
She rolls her eyes and turns back away, carrying on back towards the back wall of the cave.
Is everybody else following her?
Are we doing?
Erikar will stand blocking anybody else's view of Dakar while he does his bullshit.
I'd like to, before we hit the back of the inventory, poke Ayla in the arm. I do have a question.
Yes. What is it?
Do you know what's wrong with Dakar? Okay, maybe not wrong. Maybe he's just different. But he did just fall unconscious and say he has to do business. Usually that doesn't make people fall unconscious.
Opening, like much like in Fru.
Ayla would smirk because she knows. But she would smirk and just say, "Do you think it's everybody who can summon tentacles from the deep that follow them around like puppies?"
Oh yeah, if it hasn't been an hour, the elemental's still following us.
I'll say it's probably been about an hour by now.
Okay.
Back to Puddle.
And back to Puddle.
Bright eyes bright, says, "Oh."
And that's all you need to know.
Huh. Maybe I could bottle some of that magic.
Well, while the rest of you find your way to the back of the cave with Lima, Dakar, what is it that you're doing?
Dakar is with Erikar going to kind of like saunter around the shelves and kind of like lift lids and peer into crates and stuff looking for well, whatever it is that prompted him to be contacted about.
Are you trying to stay out of sight of the handful of workers in this area?
Dakar is more acting as if he's supposed to be there.
Erikar is actively trying to block people's view of him.
These things might not work well together, but
It's fine. Dakar's used to the bull in the china shop.
why don't you...
Talking at China shop.
Why don't you make an investigation check or Arcana? I suppose it's the same either way.
Yeah, because they're both intelligence. I got 12.
Okay. So it takes some poking around, and I think it does take a little time. You're a little confused. You've probably never been contacted quite like this before, but it's your effectiveness as of late has decreased as you've been able to spend time on sea less and less. It's your first time back here, and so you poke around for a while, and there's goods, there's food, there's grain, there's leather, there's some black powder, some artifacts, but nothing really. And so with the 12, it's just a matter of time until eventually you do meander back towards the output, the entrance of this cave, and find some crates a little separated from everything else. And as you approach, there's kind of a low hum to them. And you get an idea that this might be what you've been looking for.
Getting over to those crates, Dakar's going to, instead of a cutlass, he's going to create like a little dagger to wedge into the crate to kind of pry it open just enough to take a definitive peek inside.
Can you make a dexterity saving throw?
Saving throw? Ooh.
Do
I
I
guess.
also need to make a dex save?
How close are you to Dakar?
However close I need to be to try and block him from other people's view.
These crates are more out in the open. They're not in the actual inventory itself. Why don't you go for it, Erikar? Make the save as well. Excellent. You pry open this crate, Dakar, and there's a pile of arcane geodes of a like you've seen before, but shattered and cracked, and there's just energy crackling and kind of arcing from them. Erikar, you take 5 points of lightning damage as the energy kind of hops out of these crates as Dakar opens it up.
Erikar's like looking the other way and feels that hit of pain. Just, Dakar, what the fuck?
Sorry, old friend. It seems these ones have been damaged en route. And Dakar promptly shuts the crate again. And he kind of just looks around, see if anybody saw that. And he's gonna hoist up the crate and just kind of act as if he's moving it to another location as he moves closer to the channel of water that cuts through the cave.
Okay.
He's walking confidently.
Okay, one more check. Make a performance check as you carry this crate like you work here.
$17.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah. There are some workers nearby, but you don't believe they notice you as you take the crate to the water's edge.
Erika, would you mind standing right there?
He moves and stands.
So that Dakar is now mostly blocked by Erikar's much larger frame. Before promptly, Erikar hears the splash of something hitting the water.
Yeah.
Yes, because Erikar can hide a splash.
No, but you can hide the visual.
You start drunkenly yelling.
Oh yeah, Erikar bumps into Dakar. That would have been great. I should have used that.
I'm not good at performing. I have -3.
Oh my god.
But you are literally drunk.
And
You don't need to
I
act.
don't think.
listen, he's been drunk basically perpetually for like a year and a half. He can walk pretty normally.
And Ayami keeps not.
Poor liver.
But yeah, as that hits the water, the car is going to try to he's gonna kind of look up a little bit and just kind of think and kind of concentrate,
It's happening so fast.
and just try to get a sense if that was enough or not.
Yeah, as this crate's pushed over the edge, if you're looking at all, the crate itself is pulled down quickly. A crate would not sink so fast as this kind of glowing box seems to be yanked down into the waters. Perhaps you don't get another visitation or anything of the like, but you have dumped probably a 4x4 crate filled to the brim with unstable geodes into the abyss.
The car's gonna
didn't see
clap
it.
his hands and dust him off and
Ay,
pat
give
Erikar
it
on the
one-
shoulder.
Just give him one more.
I'm
No,
sure
I
King
didn't
Maine
see
won't
the
find it,
safe
right?
spot.
Sorry, say that again.
I'm sure King Maine won't
Right,
mind.
but
Right.
Ayami.
You think I give a fuck if he does?
No, which is why I'm asking you.
He fucking like snorts out of his nose and makes his nose ring like flap up.
We should join the others.
Away they go.
Excellent. Meanwhile, at the back of the cave, Lima has pressed her hand against a portion of the stone wall, and the cave wall behind it, where the ocean was previously lapping up against, simply fades away and reveals the true back of the cave, where the ocean extends into a small set of docks. And back here are 4 ships. There's a brigantine that's really beat up, doesn't look sailable, and there's a couple of dinghies, and there's a sloop, a very nice, robust sloop. Looks hardly ever used.
I look at the ships for about 2 seconds and back to where the wall disappeared. Whoa, that's cool. Wow, is this a permanent magic? Oh, that must be really, really tough to put up.
Now that it's in place, it's easy enough to maintain. The sloop here it's kind of a subtle maroon color. It says the heirloom on it and some gold-leafed wooden letters on its side. Simple enough vessel, as King Main suggested, not to draw too much attention, and small enough to be sailed by 5 to 10 experienced sailors. But it's impressive. It looks of Thul make. It's got 4 cannons all up on the deck itself. Likely to make room for more cargo. There's no gun deck. There's an exceptionally large capacity, even for a sloop. It can hold quite a bit. And a gangplank is drawn down kind of reluctantly by Lima as she looks to all of you standing there on the shore. What are the odds you bring it back in one piece?
I have no intention of going down again, so I'd say rather high.
I'll take it then. I hope it gets used well. It doesn't get out much.
Thank you, Lima.
Ayla. Well, maybe I should have gone. I'm glad I didn't. Just be careful, okay? It stinks, the whole thing. I don't trust Tin. I never have. The lot of you have only ever been in this for the glory, to have the biggest name on the seas, but that's spineless man, Ayla.
Right.
Just be careful.
You're not the only one who has suspicions. And you... I know you want to live. Try not to let the fire moss consume you.
Right. She breaks eye contact with you as you say that and doesn't reform it. But that was probably the closest thing to a real conversation you've ever had with her. She's never liked talking with you, Ayla.
Interesting. Noted.
Why is it called the Chicken Forge?
What?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Weather boy.
Was that one Bright Eyes or Ferb?
That one was Bright Eyes in character.
The what?
The Chicken Forge?
The chicken forge?
What?
Any of you who've lived in Cape Salado can roll a history check if you want to answer that question. It's just an area of town. It's called the Chicken Forge.
Oh, I see it now. Eric was because they forge chickens. Come on.
What?
And he'll throw his empty bottle into the water. And as he's walking past Lima, use one of her horns to pop open a new bottle. And
Hey, we can reuse that.
Wait, I didn't know that Dakar and Eric
you can
are
go get it.
them.
What's that?
I didn't know that we had gotten back to
Now
them.
we were just
I figured that we did at some point.
Chicken Forge was your cue to enter.
Yes.
Enter at Chicken Forge.
Listen, I have my hunter's mark on her. I can track her. I saw through. Well, I guess I just kind of walked into a wall and hoped for the best.
The wall has not reestablished in
Oh,
this
okay.
point of time. Yeah.
No, if you did, Dakar would be laughing his ass off.
unless
Kirden Pigeon Forge. Okay. Well, you are all welcome to climb aboard this vessel then.
I will fly aboard.
Oh, look who's built different.
Right.
I will leap on board with joy and whimsy.
Yes.
You stop that right now.
Erikar will walk up the gangplank with it bowing under his weight.
Yeah, there's a
You're gonna have to-
creak and a groan under your weight.
Erica, did you put on more weight since the last time I saw you?
Probably.
Are there rooms? Do we get to pick rooms?
You get a hammock in the lower deck.
Okay.
Vincent is getting on this boat, this vessel, like a normal fucking person.
I mean, Erikar got on like a normal person. He's just a very heavy normal person.
There's nothing normal about Erikar.
Words hurt.
So Dakar's gonna when Dakar gets on the ship, the first thing he's gonna do is check
not
like
even
the
close out of that hellhole.
the ropes and the sails, just because he's actually a good sailor.
Erikar will make straight for wherever the maps are held to start planning.
How can I help?
Dr. Vincent. He probably
Hi.
needs an inventory of what is going on.
Yes. Hi.
You can help me count. Come with me.
Okay. Yeah. I know how to count.
Quick, someone, ball bearings now!
Don't you dare.
Is Malfi just like up in the crow's nest?
He's circling about, but he's brooding generally.
We need to get him to a hot topic.
I met while Dakar's checking the ropes and everything on the main deck, looking up and seeing Malfi like just kind of circling around the sails and shit. He's gonna be like, call up to him, Bluebird. How do the lines look up there?
Quite wonderful from above, yes.
Are they in good order?
You asked me if they look good. I'd say they do. Everything looks good from above.
Have you never sailed a ship before?
I've been in charge of a ship before, yes.
How can you be in charge of a ship and not know how to sail one?
With the presence I exude upon those who are inferior to me, they get things done.
Right. Well, Ayla be the captain, so you'll have to carry your weight. So please, land and check the lines on the sails. Tell me if any are frayed or knots are loose.
Well, that's your responsibility. You have command over the ship. I assume you get a Ayla to do that or so. Look, I am here to kill Shanty Bodega. I am the best duelist out of any of you, and that is what I am for.
And while you're sailing on the ship, you should help.
Now, if you expect me to do other duties outside of my jurisdiction, then You're wrong, firstly. I wouldn't expect you to pick up a rapier and go throwing yourselves against enemies and pirates. Listen, I have my duties, I excel at them. But beyond that, well, I have not signed up to do extraneous work. That's beneath me.
You do realize that on a ship everybody fights and everybody does something else.
Yes, I realize. You said that once already. Are you that forgetful? Has your mind been addled by your narcoleptic fits or promiscuous proclivities?
An Eldritch Blast flies through past Malfi's head.
Through. Oh, whew.
I'm going to counterspell that.
What did I say? You will not ever be able to defeat me in a fight.
How many times can you do that? I can keep doing this all day. And he shoots another one with the intent to miss anyway.
Well, I can always run my rapier through your neck and you can stop that. You're the one attacking me after all.
Ayla, do we really need this map?
Ella, one of your crewmates is attacking me and attempting to harm me. What is the appropriate response? Send him off a plank or something. Is that what you wish to do?
Oh, you darling little blue jay. If he meant to hit you, he would have hit you.
Correct, because he realizes that I am one of the most valuable members of this crew. I'm glad we agree. Are we all in agreement? Yes.
No.
No.
Definitely not.
Right.
You either earn your keep or you do not.
Let me phrase it this way. I do not require food. I do not eat. If you wish for me to be silent, then I will be silent. I will be as a shadow upon this ship. I will do what I do. But if you ask me to earn my keep, what keep have I to earn? None.
That's actually rather cool. The not eating thing.
Don't enable him.
Okay.
If we can get him to be quiet, perhaps this will not be such a miserable sail.
Ask him nicely.
Yes, please ask me nicely.
Will you please shut your mouth?
No.
I vote for Keel Hall. Anybody else?
I'll get the rope.
I'm considering it.
At the very least, if you're going to tell people to stop repeating themselves, maybe consider doing the same.
I will consider it.
Thank you.
Consider it considered. I will give it a great amount of thought. Thank you for the advice.
So, what is the overall condition of the ship? Is it well kept, or has
Yeah.
it just been sitting here rotting away?
It is well kept. You're not even sure when this ship was obtained. Presumably fairly recently. It seems like it has been seldomly used, but built not too long ago. It's a nice sloop. The wood is well waterproofed. It's all in good condition. The ropes are in good condition generally. There's not much stock of anything on board Vincent finds. The bilge is nearly filled to its limit with water just to hold this large cargo area down because there's nothing else really weighing it. There's the cannons on deck. There's a bit of essentials as far as hammocks, and captain's quarter is lightly furnished with a desk and a more proper bed. There's not much on the ship, but it is a very nice ship all the same.
Well then, Captain Ayla, shall we get going?
Where's the
Time
food
and
at?
present.
Are we gonna pick up some food first?
That would be a good idea.
I can actually make like water and wine and stuff. The wine was good last time. I'm not sure what happened this time. Maybe I need to do some tinkering.
Best thing about traveling with Dakar is that he could create and destroy water, so you're never without fresh water.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I figured out how to do honey too.
Vincent,
Yes.
when doing the food shopping, how much of it is going to be vegetables?
A decent portion of it. The car.
Ugh.
You need it.
Bright Eyes, do you like vegetables?
Yeah.
Don't answer that.
What? No, I mean, no.
Good.
Dakar, you're to stay within 10 feet of me during mealtime.
I think the stench would ruin my appetite.
If I find out you've been offloading your vegetables to Bright Eyes, I will do things. Terrible, terrible things.
You do realize that the last time you tied me to the bottom of the ship, it did nothing. I can breathe underwater.
You tied him to the bottom of the ship?
Yeah, to get some peace and quiet.
Again, I
It was
can breathe
supposed to be a
underwater.
valuable lesson. He did not learn.
It was a nice time to take a nap.
Okay, so we need to get some food. We can make water, as long as it's not salt water. Now let's see here. What do the cannons shoot?
Cannonballs. And ball bearings.
Okay, so they're not like magic or anything.
Nope. they
That would be on a
all
more
cannon.
expensive ship.
Maybe I could. Nah, I don't
Well,
know,
Bright Eyes
not
is
enough
rambling.
time.
Dakar's going over to start hauling up the anchor.
Yeah, getting out of the caves itself is takes a little careful handedness as you can pull up the anchor, and there are long paddles to kind of row it out of the cave itself. For the sake of expediency, it's easy enough to park kind of at the low docks and get whatever equipment you need, food, gunpowder, cannonballs, and the like at the markets right there, and get underway out to sea. As you slowly row out of Cape Salado, there's as intended, not a whole lot of attention. There are other ships coming and going that are roughly the same size, a lot of them even larger than the Heirloom. Vincent, you see your own ship, a large galleon parked at the mid docks, and you pass it by as you move out of the cove and into the open ocean. You are 3-ish days from the coasts of Sima Mountains as you're able to map it out with Ayla Erikar using what she remembers of the location and your cartography skills. Setting course for that could be as little as 2 days if you had sufficient arcanists pushing wind into the winds, because it's a fairly still day so far. But apart from that, as you get out to the open ocean, what are you all doing? What are your stations at sea? Once angled correctly, once up to speed. As mentioned, it's gentle winds, calm day, calm waters, but sails will need occasional adjusting. Maybe a watch should be kept. There's food that needs to be cooked. The bilge pumps need to be manned occasionally. There's all sorts of things. Tasks are endless aboard a ship, even as small as this. But what's going on?
which is why having an extra pair of wings and hands would be appreciated.
No.
Erikar will be doing watch. He'll have Averin out flying, patrolling up to like a mile radius around them. And then not only looking for any possible trouble, but also scouting weather conditions, wind conditions, all that stuff to help stay course.
Sure. Can you make a perception check if you're scouting around with your birdie? Excellent. Yeah, there are other ships on these waters. You're not alone in that. All kind of keep their distance, but with that perception check, you do see another little bird trailing your ship. A little mechanical version of an Oyo seems to be trailing behind. Laszlo's bird.
Too bad I can't fucking talk to Laszlo. But
Start doing bird signals.
he will call Ayla over and just fill her in. Looks like Laszlo's mechanical bird is following. Probably seeing us out or something.
All right. Well, what happened with what happened last time? It's not very surprising.
How far can that thing go out before he can't see through it?
You're the one with an Oyo.
Are we like, how far are we out from Cape Salado? Are we more than a mile?
By the time you spot this bird, yeah, you're a couple miles out from the Cape.
This bird's already far past the range that I'd be able to get with Averin. Through Averin, I can see clearly through about a mile away. We are several miles away from shore.
It is mechanical. I don't know how far to reach.
Bright eyes!
Huh? Hi! Okay. Ship person Bright Eyes reporting for duty.
Please don't. You're good with, like, mechanical shit, right?
I can melt it. I can do some basic enchantment stuff. What do you want done?
The bird that was on Laszlo's shoulder. Do you have any idea how far out he can look through that?
He can look through that?
Oh, God. Never mind.
Hold on. Laszlo's a good person, right? We like them?
Possibly.
Oh, I wanted to wave and say hi.
It's not near the ship, it's out.
Maybe they're being nice and making sure we know how to ship the ship right.
Erikar will have Averin fly close to the bird, just to let Laszlo know that he sees him.
Okay, yeah. This bird doesn't seem capable of any emoting or anything like that, but it's easy enough to fly up to this little robotic Oyo. Make your presence known. Lock eyes with it even.
That's
all right, well, apart from that, evening comes, and by the time that the ship is just up to speed and set course, there's ample downtime. Unless anyone would like to do anything else this evening, you're welcome to take a long rest.
Hey!
I will just comment that Vincent is the one who prepares the food.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, do we have dinner?
Does anyone want beer?
With the help of Bright Eyes.
Yes! You know
Hopefully
what?
it's not as messy a kitchen as the Knoll kitchen.
It's kind of weird because you're a very serious person, but it's not like you're a problem serious. Because I feel like the other people are so serious they don't see serious as a problem. Do you understand?
No, I don't.
But anyways, do we want some beer?
They do. I don't.
Okay. Get a whole bunch of cups and start messing with the alchemical extruder, and it starts buzzing, fizzling, and little bits of gas escape from the less well-maintained bits. And I'm just going to go down a line of cups and fill out 4 gallons of beer.
4 gallons.
4 gallons?
How strong is this beer?
The car is sniffing one of the gallons, like, suspiciously.
Hold on a second. Probably
Double
about
IPA, 14%.
like a little bit heavier than like a Shiner. It's not a light beer, but it is kind of bog standard. Get you drunk.
Picks up a cup, takes a sip from it, decides that it's not the alcohol content is not high enough, and takes out one of the bottles from his jacket and bites the cork and pulls it out and pours some in. And
Okay.
Did you just spike the alcohol with more alcohol?
Yep.
You're welcome, I guess.
Don't think it's personal, Bright Eyes. Just think of it as motivation to make something that would make his fur fall off.
Well,
already happening. He says he's like walking out the door.
I have beer, I have bad wine, and I have acid.
Did you make that thing yourself?
Yes. I found most of the parts, but I put it all together and I tested it, and only had a little bit of help.
That's impressive.
Wait, is the acid an alcohol too?
I doubt it.
I haven't been able to test that.
So you make actual acid?
Yes, you want to see? Actually, no, let's not show.
That's a bad
Let's
idea.
not put acid on the ship, or else Vincent will have to break every bone in your body.
Unfortunately.
But
So-
the car's gonna get himself a small a pint of Bright Eyes' beer, and as he's walking out, perhaps you should ask Vincent about the ball bearings from the Pride. It's a good story.
Okay, so what about the ball bearings from the Pride?
And the car's gone.
And Vincent brings another healthy scooping of vegetables onto Dakar's plate. Just slaps it on there.
Take a Bright Eye sees this, and Vincent does nothing to explain.
So, I actually did have a question. I'm not sure who I should ask it, but so far I've been helping you do inventory. How else should I help? Like, what's a nice position? What's some things that are cool that I can do?
Do you not find helping me out cool?
Oh, shit.
I mean, I never really did. I'm more of a. I like something that I can do with my hands, and numbers aren't really that.
I suppose you should ask Dakar. He works with the sales.
Okay. Wow, the car looks hungry.
Make sure he eats all of it. Do not let him put any on your plate.
Yes, sir. Sit on. Is there a table? What are we eating? What's the? Hold on a second.
You know, I have the same question. What is this looking like?
It's a small galley, I imagine, because it's a sloop.
It is a small galley. There's almost more comfortable places to be. If more than 3 or 4 people want to gather around a table, then up on the deck is probably the place to do it, where there are it's not a formal table, but places to sit, places to set food down.
I imagine small ships like this are built so that there are shifts taken to eat, rather than the entire crew stopping the ship, stopping the lookouts.
Precisely.
We'll know if anyone's sneaking up to us based on the screeching of Malfasani attacking them.
That'll be our alarm of Malfi just screaming his name.
Yep.
Long alarm.
Fine. So I imagine that probably everyone's just up on the deck, plates in hand, sort of, kind of like a gathering, a little picnic, little.
Up using the railing on the side of the ship as a table. Yeah.
Yeah.
There better be a plate for Averin.
There always is.
Good.
And it's about to have a lot more vegetables.
Hi.
You don't.
No, you don't. If you come with
Vincent running out of the galley.
I'm gonna.
Vincent running out of the galley with a wooden spoon in hand.
Still wearing his cooking apron.
Still able to deal 20 damage a hit.
The wooden spoon is a Kensei weapon.
It is.
Clubs are a monk weapon. I'm gonna sidle up to the car. Hi. Hello. I was told by someone that is nicer than they look that I should ask you about helping out.
You got bored counting things with Vincent, didn't you?
Oh, yes, I hate numbers.
I understand.
They always say, have a journal, write down notes. I don't need notes.
Vincent gave me less than a day of trying to help him out before he banished me from the inventory.
I just don't like it. Look, I think too much to just count all day.
How much do you know about sailing on a ship?
Nothing. Well, I know like the super basic stuff.
Well, then I suggest you forget it
Okay,
and start anew.
as long as I don't have to take notes.
I find this to be easier remembered the more you do it.
Mm-hmm.
And Dakar's gonna take a drink of the beer. How's it taste?
Passable, but nothing extraordinary. It'll get you drunk and it'll help enjoy the company of whoever is there.
Surprisingly, I've had worse. And puts the mug down. No. Let me show you how to tie a sailor's knot. And Dakar shows Bright Eyes several different types of knots that they use on the sails.
Ooh.
And he shows him once and then tells him to do it himself.
Oh, okay. Is there a role I have to do for this?
DM.
Yeah. Make a. I don't even know what to call it. It's just a dexterity check.
Dexterity check.
Could be dexterity or survival. I don't know. Because knots. Ropes and stuff. Oh, you're the DM.
Let's do dexterity. Because that's what I said first.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to spend the use of Flash of Genius to add my intelligence to that. So, 17.
Yeah, you take to it quite well. It comes naturally to you. You're not perfect. Dakar is better, but you do surprisingly good.
Ha!
Well, Bright Eyes. It seems that you have a knack for this, so I will be relying on you to help me whenever we need to shift the sails.
Thank you very much. I forgot the way you showed me, so I made my own.
That is not good. We like to keep the knots the same, so that it doesn't matter whose hand touches them. Then everybody knows what was done and how to undo it or redo it.
Okay. Let's practice some more tomorrow. I'm going to go and get something to eat.
I will expect you on the deck in the morning, then.
Yes, sir. Bright Eyes is going to go and get himself a plate of everything that is not protein. He eats goat food.
Wait, so we have a carnivore and an herbivore. This balances things out.
No.
You don't get to escape your punishment.
I mean, Erikar is technically an herbivore too.
We have an carnivore here.
The wooden spoon is approaching. You are not escaping.
Well, all right. The night.
I'm gonna... just for funsies.
Yeah, I like funsies.
To sneakily slide some of the vegetables onto Bright Eyes' plate.
My perception? Okay, I'll roll perception.
Yeah, roll perception.
At a -1, that's a 12.
You're gonna pull a Dio and give yourself scurvy.
So can Vincent do a perception?
You sure can.
Damn. Not quite.
He's just so suave.
He's got away with it this time.
I mean, you could always have Erikar, Ayla, I guess, because they know Dakar, if they want to.
Literally everybody rolling perception because they
Except for
know.
Malfi.
All eyes on Dakar.
What I'm gonna do is, because I feel like that Dakar would be smart enough to do it with like outside of 10 feet from Erikar, I'm gonna roll a d20, and if it's higher than, I don't know, give me a DC, Hammond. It'll be like a luck roll to see if Averin is there watching.
Okay, I have a DC in mind. We'll call it 15.
Averin's not there.
He's getting away with it.
He's getting away with it.
Yeah, go for it, Bright Eyes.
Yeah, Bright Eyes is absolutely chock full. Wow, that's a big portion. It's gonna put some meat on me, I think.
You didn't have any meat on your plate, though.
I think it gives me gives me an upset stomach and like the sleepies later on.
Well, I think that means more for me. You hear that, Vincent? You don't need a portion of meat for bright eyes.
And
I need less vegetables.
nice try.
Is that related to why you just fell on your face?
No.
It could be. In the future.
If you hit me with the spoon again, Vincent.
I'm implying you'll get sick from your lack of nutrients.
Oh. I was having flashbacks then. And the car kind of like rubs the back of his head.
It's very, very slowly holds up a wooden spoon. Just very slowly.
At that point, the car just kind of goes silent and finishes eating, kind of like shuffling what vegetables are still left on his plate around to make it look like he's ate some more than he actually did.
Vincent is starting to walk closer. Every time Dakar looks up from his plate, he's just a step closer.
He doesn't move as long as you're looking at him, but if you look away...
Weeping angel mechanics.
Well, the evening carries on and the sun eventually falls below the horizon. I imagine you take some amount of watches during the night, but there's enough hammocks for each of you. Ayla, if no one protests, the captain's quarters is yours.
Yeah.
If anyone does protest, they'll be answering to Erikar.
They'll be tied up and keel-hauled.
Malfasani, anything from you this evening?
He's going to approach. Let me see. Erikar.
Erikar at this hour is probably getting ready to
What
go
is
on
he
watch.
up to?
He's probably getting ready to go on watch, but
Would
not
he
quite
be in
yet.
the crow's nest?
No, he does not go into the crow's nest. He is
Hmm.
on the deck. He's currently up by the wheel with Averin.
I'm going to blind touch down near Erikar and say, "You are aware of the AVR that King Maine had, yes?
I am.
And you are also aware that by shooting King Maine, you have indirectly shot the Aviar, yes?
Yes.
What did that Aviar ever do to deserve your intended killing of King Maine? Did you ever consider to think that it had a life too, when you shot it? Or were you just trying to prove a point by shooting King Maine knowing that it would take a bullet for him?
It's the one that bonded to him. I can't help that.
Why did yours bond to you? You and your miserable, vomit-covered self. I mean, look at you. Why is it still around?
Trust me, kid, I ask myself that question every day.
You know, I have half a mind that it would be happier, not permanently, yes, but happier if I just put you out of your little misery, wallowing in whatever cesspool as you do.
And
Would you like that?
That's where you'd be wrong. Because I tried to put a bullet in myself, and he made off with my guns.
Ah, I see. Well, not all Aviar are very intelligent like I am, so I can see
You
that
shut your
misguided.
whore mouth.
Are you insulting me?
You're insulting Averin. So yes, I am insulting you.
normally I would challenge an individual who has said such things about me to a duel. But if your Averin cares about you, then I suppose I will let you live. But I will be watching it.
You'll be
Please
watching
just-
him.
Yes,
He is not an it.
but I am. So make of that what you will. Goodbye.
Fly and occupy the crow's nest.
Excellent. The night carries on. Fairly quiet. Winds might pick up a little bit in the night. But Dakar, for the second time in a record amount of time, prior to this it's been months, but you're visited once again, this time in your dreams. You see the ocean, dark, lit by a faint green light with no discernible source, but there's that great kraken eye before you. It seems to stretch infinitely far in every direction. It's as vast as the sea itself, but unmistakably, it looks straight at you. In the deep, clicking chitters of deep speech, a language that, again, you do not know how to speak, but you can understand whenever you are spoken to. It speaks again. You are falling behind, Dakar. Behind there is a debt. That blue bird, he is interesting to me. I will watch. For I have never seen arcana coalesce inside of mortal flesh. But if he proves not to be useful to you, I trust you will be willing to gut him and throw his corpse into my waters.
Well, old friend, I have no love for the blue bird at the moment. But I had assumed what had been offered earlier had settled the debt that I owed so far.
Ah, Dakar, but it could never be enough. See that no true bonds form. Though if he is useful, find me another source, lest you fall behind, Dakar.
I understand, Deacon.
A lid closes over the eye, first kind of a filmy membrane, and then the eye shuts properly. And whatever you were dreaming of before, if anything at all, resumes.
I would imagine Dakar would actually wake up after that. Slip out of his hammock, head up to the top deck, and then kind of knock on the captain's quarters to see if Ayla is awake.
Yes. Since she's an elf, she doesn't actually need to do like a long sleep. She just like meditates for 4 hours, right? Am I remembering correctly?
Correct.
All right, cool. Then yeah, she would probably be awake. No, she would be. She would answer the knock, opening the door, and look at Takar and try to read his face as she asks, "Is there anything wrong?"
Dakar still has like his regular smile, but in the light of those of his yellow gold eyes would be a bit of uncertainty as he looks back at Ayla. May we talk? I believe I have a bit of a problem.
She would raise her eyebrows but step back and allow him to enter the captain's quarters.
Dakar walks in. He kind of gives her like a small like side hug as he does. When the door closes, he kind of just looks at her and is like, "It appears I am in debt."
Debt with somebody or something?
He uses his thumb. He pulls like the collar of his shirt down to expose more of the golden tentacle tattoo that wraps around the front of his chest. With him.
Right, and what happened earlier didn't satiate him?
Apparently not. He has shown interest in our new blue friend.
Does he ever show interest in living beings?
Never.
Did he tell you why?
He says, what is the bluebird's name anyway?
This Malfasani. I can't recall the rest, nor will I put forth the effort to, but...
Right, so Melfi, apparently, has a lot of arcane within him. And my patron can feel it. And he wants it.
How would your patron take the arcane from a living being? Surely not.
I am to drop his dead body to the waves. Or find another that is equally as suitable.
No, surely we'll find something else. I'm not going to start allowing whoever, anybody, to start taking lives unjust for no reason, just because of a little bit of arcane? No.
I would imagine it would be quite a lot for them to take interest. But with the way Malfi runs his mouth, surely there'll be some opportunity, if it comes to that. Justified, at least. And he gives Ayla a little smirk at that.
I feel like you of all people should understand that having a mouth on you is not a death sentence.
There's the way I run my mouth, and the way that he runs his. I at least have some respect. Strange as it may seem.
We're going to find something else.
That is what I was thinking, yes. Perhaps what he is. Maybe there are others. That, or I will need the biggest shipment of arcane ore ever found upon the sea.
Right. Well, perhaps we'll get lucky. You seem to be good at that anyway.
One would say it was the only thing that I have always had. Maybe it will be on this 3 million piece prize that we be chasing after.
Thoughts, I hope so.
Right. And the car kind of goes to leave. But he pauses at the door and kind of looks back at Ayla. I do not believe I said anything. What do you mean the door's locked?
Something going on in the background.
Oh.
It's been very timely commentary from the TV.
Anyway. I do not believe I said it back in the Cape. I do not think it was the right time, with you coming in half drowned, half dead. But I am truly glad. One would say happy, even, to be reunited with you, Ayla.
As always, your timing is impeccable. It is very early in the morning. It's nice to see you too, though. Go get some rest.
You as well, Captain. And he gives like a half bow and heads back down below decks.
Beautiful. The rest of the night is uneventful. The morning comes, shifts are changed, and eventually you are all awake again. If you haven't already, please do take a long rest. All of your health, all of your spells, abilities are back as you have rested at sea.
Huzzah.
Yeah. So, I have a question. To whoever's I guess the captain. Hi, Captain.
Hello.
Is there? I know it's kind of like a violent job. Is it like everyday violence, or is it going to be calm?
I mean, it can be a bit rowdy between us. I prefer things not to get violent, though.
Oh,
Not
no.
if we can help it.
I don't mean us. I mean like us and other people or crews or boats.
Ah, well, in this case, in this job, yes, it will likely, typically get violent.
Oh, okay. Permission to have 2 minutes to make some stuff.
Granted, of course.
He skips down into the deck and is going to come back a moment later with his arms full of potion vials. Okay. So this one is bravery, and I'm going to give you a potion that gives you the bless effect for a minute.
Thank
it
you.
does go real sour, real bad after like a day. Who else? Who else? Look around. Who's the first person I see?
If it's more than Dakar would be checking the ropes and everything. Malfi's up in the crow's nest.
Roll a d4.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Roll
Oh, 3. What does 3 mean? What does 3 mean?
3 means
Side numbers.
just going down the Discord call here. 3 means Dakar.
Okay. I'll look up at the car. Hey!
You're late.
I was
Check the
making
ropes.
stuff. Here, take it. Take it. I'm not throwing it.
Dakar walks up to him and looks at the bottle, plucks it.
So no, don't drink it now. This is bottled bravery. And it only lasts a minute.
What does it do?
It makes you braver.
And if I am the bravest one on the ship already?
I mean, you could always give it to someone else, I guess, if you don't want it.
I'm simply asking for specifics. I do not know exactly what to expect from a strange bottle I'm handed to from my bright-eyed new friend.
Well, the captain said that there's lots of fights that happen on voyages like this, so I thought I might go and make a few things to help people with the fights.
Ah. So I guess I'll find out when we get into a fight and drink it.
It should just make you more comfortable and better at everything.
You said this does the bless effect?
Yes. 1d4 to attack rolls and saving throws for 1 minute. No concentration required.
Hell yeah.
Very cool.
I got one more. Rafasani's up on the
Yep,
crow's
on the
nest?
crow's nest.
I
Or his
don't
nest now.
see any his nest. A brooding bird.
Correct.
Oh, that's a really long way up.
You want me to get it to him?
Oh, yeah. Tell him that this should make his... how do I say this without being offensive? He's very particular. Like, make skin harder, more durable. Make his bones hard. It makes him a better duelist for 1 hour.
Right. Dakar takes the bottle, and then you see like the ring on his hand glow as he uses the ring of jump.
Ooh.
And you see him just like jump up onto the masts of the sails, and he lands kind of like holding onto the main mast as he's kind of like on the edge of the crow's nest in front of Malfi in a couple of hops.
That's cool.
Bright Eyes said to give this to you. He says it will make you a better duelist for an hour.
And could he not come and give it up to me myself?
He said it was rather high, and as you saw, I can get up here rather quickly.
Well, you are very convenient then. Thank you.
I'll take it and pocket it.
What did he say?
The car just kind of looks at Malfi for like a few more seconds before he drops back down, making his way back down to the deck. He simply said thank you, and then asked why you couldn't do it yourself.
I mean, maybe I should practice, but I think just like climbing up and down is, I don't know. Maybe I should build like an obstacle course.
You will get plenty of practice climbing the rigging as you
Okay.
check the ropes in the higher sails.
Yes.
Also, there's a ladder on the main mast to the crow's nest.
Okay. Thank you.
Malfasani, with you up in the nest, might you roll a perception check if that's what you're doing up there?
I am indeed perceiving.
Can he spin his head like an owl?
No.
He's not that scary.
Oh, we gotta have an owl character.
You see, Malfasani, you've been sailing north for 10-ish hours by this point. Off on the southern horizon, you do see a vessel. There's another ship out there, and at this point, you are in very open ocean. The ship seems to be heading north as well.
I will descend from my imperious throne and grace the rest of the crew with my presence.
Oh my god.
Hi.
Stay.
Did you like to Actually, you probably haven't used the
Shut up.
potion. Okay.
There is a boat approaching. Well, not approaching, but also headed northward. To the south side of us. You may continue your rambling.
Well, you should probably use it shortly before you get into a fight because it could help.
I thank you for the potion, and I advise that you concoct one that aids with your stuttering. It will be of help to both of us.
I could. What, maybe a potion of glibness.
You can ignore him, Bright Eyes. If it is a problem for only one person, then it's only their problem, not everybody else's.
My problems are more, well, in either case. What is your protocol, Ayala, for ships on the horizon that I have so graciously scouted out for you?
Thank you, Dakar.
Yeah, what flag were they flying?
From the distance, you could only see sails, whitish off-white sails. There wasn't a flag currently being flown from the main mast.
So it's not the Black Pearl.
No flag being flown usually means it's not anything associated with any nationality or kingdom or anything.
There could be a flag, not a brightly colored one. It is still a significant distance away.
I'll go meander about through the air and get close enough just so I can see if there is a flag and if it's flying something at all.
You get close enough. You don't have to get too close, Malfasani, for it has not been long since you've seen the swollen goat.
Yes. I'll touch back down.
It is the swollen goat, you may thank me.
Someone named their boat a swollen goat.
Do not expect sense from those of Shandy Bodega.
Who was the captain of that ship again?
Gobadai Swami.
Was it a big boat? Was there a lot of people?
Yes, and yes. And there is one individual I know. Who I do not know for certain if they'll be on our side, but if it comes to a confrontation, then they are important.
So what do we do?
We never caught that AVR. They're probably going to the same place we are.
Patriatal originated from that ship. Presumably that is where the AVR head. If they are a Patriatal, then they would likely, how do I say it, try to continue Hatch's work.
Yes, so they are likely going the same place that we are.
Can we go
Probably trying
faster?
to stop us before we get there. We are on a smaller ship than them, right? So in theory, we should be able to go faster.
Not necessarily. It also depends on how much sail and the weight of both ships. A brig usually, like some brigs usually have like chaser sails, so they can catch up to even sloops a lot easier.
There are factors at play.
If only we had a ship's mage that could provide gusts of wind.
That would be convenient.
Whoa, what was that voice? Someone just offered really good advice.
Alright, I suppose we should probably head them off.
Oops, I did not mean to hit that.
Wait, so are we going to be attacking them?
Yeah.
Not at first, anyway.
Oh,
Wait, so how many cannons does their boat have? Like, size difference.
A brig usually does have a full gun deck. So usually, I'm trying to think back.
lots.
They can have about. Well, they're not a huge ship, so they could have up to like maybe 15, 20 guns if they're if they're outfitted for war.
Ayla, remember what happened with the Pride. We do not have the firepower to go up against them on the water.
Right. I don't want to fight them, but if they're doing the same thing we are, what choice do we have?
Can we go faster than them?
She would turn to Dakar and raise her eyebrow and call out to him and say, Dakar, do you think you could give us a boost?
It could for about 10 minutes.
It's not a very long time.
Malfi, do you know if we killed their navigator yesterday?
No, a navigator wouldn't be fighting most often.
It's a shit navigator. Anyways,
Is the swollen goat close enough to see from the deck, or is it too far out?
You can see it with the naked eye. You can't make out detail.
are we able to tell if it's simply going like the same place as us, or if is it like following us? Like if we were to like,
Yeah, is it parallel or behind us slightly?
It seems to be coming from the same path you have taken.
'cause I'm trying to figure out if it'd be possible for us to like intentionally go off course to lead them off course, or if
Vincent, do you have
they
your
know
watch?
where they're going.
I think it's more of them following us because they know we have this fancy mission.
Well, the AVR that escaped was one that could repeat what it heard.
And it heard Kingmane say everything.
Yeah.
Freaking Gibby.
Gibby!
Fucking Gibby.
Yeah,
Give me why?
Dakar's gonna turn to Vincent. Vincent, do you have a watch?
Yes.
Can you count time for me? And Dakar's gonna try to do some sailor's math with the swollen goat to try to see if he can determine if it's moving faster than us, if it's keeping pace with us, and how long, if they are traveling faster, how long it would take for them to catch up and intercept.
Yeah. So Vincent pulls out a silver pocket watch from his pocket and begins counting the time.
Yes, this is
Excellent.
how they would actually do it.
Yeah. I won't make you roll for it. It takes a bit of time as you gauge the ship's distance compared to yours. Um, but over the next couple hours, you're able to determine that this ship is undoubtedly gaining on your position. In fact, it looks to be taking up a fair bit more of the horizon at this point.
So did you know silver is actually a really, really pure material? Like it's
How long would it take? Is it going to take for them to catch us at our current speeds?
If speeds weren't to change at all, they would probably be alongside of you within 12 to 20 hours.
Well, it seems that they shall be catching us probably within the next day or half.
We can try and outrun them, or we can try and throw them off course if they're just following us.
We're on open sea, Erica. Where can we hide?
I'm not saying that we have to hide, but if we lead them right to where we're going, then might be, if they are just following us instead of going there on their own, might be worth it to take like a day detour, lead them somewhere else.
Oh, what if we leave them there and then attack them?
Then we have
There's
the
also
entire
an
crew
option.
of the other ship to deal with.
They do too.
And then we are pincered between two enemies.
We did already kill a good portion of their crew.
Melfi, when they get closer, could you do a flyby and cut their strings? It would slow them down considerably. Buy us some time. Fel?
Malpheus crashed.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm
Uh-oh.
so sorry. I'm so sorry. Say that again.
Melfi, when they get closer, could you do a flyby and cut the ropes to the sails? It wouldn't stop them for long, but it would buy us some time.
Is our intention to kill them or outrun them?
I don't like our chances of going against them on open water. They have many more guns than we do, and possibly more crew.
Very well. I can do that.
We have some time, unless you think you can make it there and back. It is quite a distance.
Wings are meant for flying.
How fast are we currently traveling, by the way?
I have no idea how fast ships go, so not that fast. I've mentioned the winds are not impressive, so you're not speeding. The ship can certainly go faster at top speeds, but as mentioned, probably a 3-day total trip from Salado to the Sima Mountains.
So,
Can you put us
Just
on the
doing it-
world map?
yeah. So a sloop of war can go about 20 knots. A regular sloop will go 11 to 13, which is about 37 kilometers per hour.
I think the more real life math we introduce into this,
We're going to here, right?
Mhm.
Yes, okay.
I think the more real life math we introduce into this, the worse the following scene is about to play out.
Yeah. So if we are a sloop of war traveling at max speed of 20 knots, then we are moving at 23 miles per hour.
What's most
20-ish.
convenient for your plot, Hammond?
No, this is fine. This is good. You're moving at a good speed, and the ship seems to be gaining on you. Is the moral here? In fact,
Let's see.
as you are discussing on the deck what to do, you've kind of been observing it all morning into the early afternoon here. Haven't adjusted course at this point. Haven't made any real decisions, but have determined without a doubt that the ship is gaining on you. And at some point along these hours as they pass by, you catch the sight of another presence that has landed on your ship aboard the heirloom. A little Zolta, a little black bird, is sitting on the edge of your vessel.
Oh,
Does it say anything?
Does anyone approach it?
I will.
what does this one do? Is this one of the ones with the eyes?
No, it's
No.
the talking one.
Oh, okay. So I don't need that one.
It is probably theirs. Again.
It watches you approach Malfisani and cocks its head in a very bird-like manner and opens its mouth, and without there's some movement of its neck, but it doesn't move its beak at all as it speaks in a voice much bigger and lower than such a little bird could naturally communicate. It says, "As I now understand it, I've got you lot to thank for my sudden short-handedness. Fortunately for you, I'm quite fond of a fair trade. See, I value the life of my bosun Hatcha in the realm of, I don't know, say 3 million pieces or thereabouts. And as for the rest of me crew, we'll have to work something else out, won't we? But for now, why don't you continue to lead the way?" And the bird's beak shuts and it straightens its head and keeps its eyes on you.
And I assume we need to send a message back.
Who should talk first?
That would be the purview of the captain.
Okay, Captain.
Ayla, hearing the bird speak, would walk up beside Malfi and turn to him and ask, "Well, you were here first. Would you like to speak?"
That depends on what you would like me to say, because I promise you it will not be friendly.
She would
I am happy to-
turn. She would turn to Erikar and point at him, since the bird is here and can repeat everything. She's going to use message to speak mentally with Erikar and ask, do you think we could truly lead them astray?
What he wants to say back is so much more than 25 words.
I don't think
Is this
there's
one
a
limited?
25 word.
Yeah, this one isn't limited to 25 words.
It's not?
Nope.
Perfect.
It's just
It's just a single message.
The route we're currently on has us going out more almost towards Yavakir before turning in. We could lean them in towards shore earlier before we get to the mountains. Deal with them on shore there.
This is a mental conversation, right?
Yes.
It is, yes. with that in mind, she would turn back to Malfi and say, "You can let them know that the deal is on. It's only fair."
Alright, I will approach the bird. I kind of lean down near it and say,
Captain Gobadai, I accept the generous terms of your deal. What is fair, and what has been taken will be given.
The bird blinks twice, cocks its head back the other direction, and takes off. Back towards the swollen goat.
As soon as it's out of the way, or far enough away, the car's gonna walk over to Erikar. Erikar, do you know where be the most treacherous coastline that we be approaching?
Where would be the most treacherous coastline that we? What is the most treacherous part?
I'll say Tikal as a whole is kind of the tropics, so there is a lot of sandy beaches. The most treacherous coastline is undoubtedly along the Sima Mountains. That is a vast stretch of coastline, not specifically the location of the Lady Cypress necessarily, but that's where the waters are definitely the most hazardous.
And we know that the ship is somewhere on this side of the mountains, right? Not over here. Not over here.
Correct. It's on the western
Gotcha.
shore.
The roughest waters is the ones that we are trying to get to. If we want to deal with them earlier than that, then it's mostly sandy shores.
If we can get them to follow us over some more rocky underwaters, and I believe I may have a way of dealing with their ship.
Well, that would be right where we were trying to, where we were trying to go before we saw them following us. That's the most dangerous part of the coastline for Tikal.
I suggest we let them follow, as Captain Ayla has already said. When we get close to the prize, we get closer to shore, we slow down as, again, treacherous waters. When they get close enough, well, perhaps I remind some people why you all nicknamed me Seaborn in the first place.
Oh, what was that? What's your nickname?
Seaborn.
I've
At least
heard
that'd
of a
be
couple.
Erikar
What-
will, go ahead.
I was gonna say, what did Bright Eyes just say?
I've heard of a couple of those. Never met them.
Well, I assure you, you should only be hearing of one, and it be me.
Okay, so we're going to keep going like we do, and they're not going to attack us. And we're not going
Eric?
to attack them.
Erikar will turn to Ayla. It's your call. You can either try and deal with them early by going to a different shore, or we can lead them through where we need to go anyways, where it's more dangerous.
That's a 100-foot trench, by the way.
Ayla would look between the two of you and nod to Dakar and say, we can follow that.
Aye. Since we know we cannot have a fair fight, gun to gun, then we do what pirates do.
If you're still going with the Malfusani cuts their ropes plan, I can make it really hard for them to shoot Malfusani.
That may come in handy. Yes.
I can do so while invisible. They will never see me.
We're the only other ones out here, though. They'll know it was us.
Well, I thought we were gonna.
Sail is that a cat? Then.
Also, doesn't invisibility cancel when you make the attack action?
I'm not attacking, I'm cutting ropes.
You're attacking the ropes.
I was thinking like we could cut their ropes when you do the whatever you're planning on doing.
I'm planning to bury them in 100 feet of water.
Oh, wow! You can do that. Okay. I need to work on some bigger projects.
It is blank 20 p.m.
11:20 p.m.
Yes.
8:20 p.m. Very, very late. So I will narrate over as you develop this plan over the course of the next day or so. The ship does continually gain on you and your position. Even when the winds fall still, the sails of the Swollen Goat stay very full. And it creeps closer and closer until whatever actions you seek to do. But as we approach the shores of Tikal, we'll stop there for today and pick up with the Swollen Goat on your tail when next we sail.
Dun 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 dun.
Onomatopoeia.
Suspense.
Okay. Thank you very much for the session.
Yeah.
Thank you so
When
much.
Thank
next
you.
we sail.
Mother.
Okay, I'm going to stop the recording now.